That squirrel invasion was nuts. Get it?
The specters here continue to concoct a wine so foul it serves only to poison the drinker. Azuna would be better served with them gone.
Hey guys, what's going on? How's your Sunday been so far? We've just been running time walking on alts. Yeah, I was doing time walking the other day on the stream
That should help to continue
for my
this
Brewmaster,
uninterrupted.
but I still got to do time walking on my
You have
my Druid and my Demon Hunter, so I'm probably going to get to those after I'm done with my world quests here. I'm just trying to get this last artifact point. I have like 3,500 until I can get another one, which I'm finally going to be able to get the increased range on Keg Smash, which is very, very good for utility.
More frenzied fowl have overtaken this area. Cull their numbers before those eggs hatch.
You've been slowly gearing up one of your monks? Are you saying you have multiple monks? If so, is it because like you've got one on Alliance and Horde, or you've got one on a different server, or you just like having monks? I know some people just play like a bunch of shamans, for instance, just because they like shaman. I don't know, it's weird, but they like it. My god, 15 alts at level 110? Jesus, man. I mean, 3 alts, it feels like a lot for Legion right now, but to have 15, do you just have them like an aesthetic thing, or do you actually try and maintain all of them? Because 15 alts, Jesus Christ. I don't even think playing 24 hours a day, you'll actually be able to upkeep all of them to, you know, a manageable level where they could actually run content.
You have done admirably in putting down this foul menace.
Oh, I see. Alright, so you tried to figure out what you wanted to really main. But, I mean, if you wanted to figure out how you wanted to main, why didn't you just level up one of each instead of like two of each, you know? Because then you've got two different characters of the same class you have to maintain, but that, you know, within that playtime you'd still find if you want to play it or not. Unless you wanted to dedicate, like, let's say for your monks, like one of them was Windwalker and you threw all of the artifact points and everything into the Windwalker weapon, and then you threw all the artifact points into the Brewmaster for a different character. But even then, that's just a lot of time. And doing it in Draenor, I mean, Draenor was a lot easier to like maintain other alts. I didn't do it just because I simply only wanted to play my monk. I had a couple other alts that I had somewhat geared. Like I had a Blood Death Knight and I had a mage that was relatively geared, but it wasn't that great. But yeah, what was Draenor was a lot easier to upkeep those sort of things. But 840 item level, I mean, that's not that bad. Like, I got my monk to 110, and then within like 2 weeks, I got to 850 or something. Around there, I'm not sure. And then now I'm, let's see, 860 now. 860, no problem. I could easily go into Heroic Emerald Nightmare and be fine. Possibly even a Heroic Trial of Valor. Although, I mean, stuff hurts a little bit in there. Especially the spears on Odin. Jeez, those hurt. But, you know, according to the game designers, Brewmasters are perfectly fine for that sort of thing. Yeah, I can see. Just playing them when you feel like it. That kind of started with my monk. I didn't really want to play it at first, just because I really didn't like the playstyle. And of course, I'm going to get ganked by 3 people. Oh, when you hate PvP dailies, but they give you a lot of artifact power. Why does Blizzard do this? But either way, yeah, like, I didn't really want to play my monk at first, because I really didn't like the playstyle. But I did want to upkeep it and keep it at 110 and make sure it was relatively geared just so that whenever I wanted to jump back into it, then I would have the gear. And also, like, I'm becoming a bit more interested in the playstyle. It's not my favorite. I like 10 times out of 10, I would definitely prefer the Miss Pandaria and Warlord sort of playstyle. Although, if guard is such a problem, like, you know, they made it out to be, it was boring and not very exciting to use, then just make guard a 1 charge and put it on a 30-second cooldown like it was in Miss Pandaria. I mean, you don't even have to have guard, you could just remove it and put something else in its place. Like, make dampen harm baseline if we want to fit that gap of guard in the Miss Pandaria, like, toolkit. Just make dampen harm baseline, have it a little bit weaker since it wouldn't be a talent anymore, and then you'd be fine. That's my philosophy on it. I really liked balancing chi, because I went from a prot paladin back in Cataclysm to a Brewmaster, and basically you go from balancing holy power to managing chi, and it was really simple. And a bit easier, honestly, because you didn't have to use 3 charges to get a Shield of the Righteous or 3 chi to get a Blackout Kick. You just needed 2. Yeah, the PvP world quests, like, I don't like this one. and I don't like the High Mall or the Blackrock Arena ones just because, like, that's actual PvP. The ones where you just have to go kill the towers, like, that one's easy because you just have to fight NPCs. No problem, I can do that. But, yeah, like, if anything, I just had my artifact notes ticking like you do, you know, so you could just easily go back in. I just hit my 10th note yesterday or the day before. Yeah, I'm artifact level 10 right now, 850. And I think that's a lot, but then I look at something like my druid, which has like 14 or 15, I don't even know. And it's just so much more artifact power that it's actually holding me back a little bit from doing Suramar questline. Because I know that if I just hold out just a little bit longer, then I'll get a shit ton of artifact power. This guy is asking me to not be an idiot in this run. I guess because that whole thing with Brewmasters being bad. Yeah, I liked the idea of guard just because, I mean, it was a shield, right? And if guard was such a problem, why did they basically give guard to protection paladins, and that's actually like their baseline form of mitigation outside of shield block? Like, I don't understand the philosophy behind that. But the only reason why guard was a problem is because apparently, like, Brewmasters were complete garbage back in the beginning of Warlords of Draenor, that nobody wanted to play them. And so they had a knee-jerk reaction in BRF and buffed them like crazy, where they gave him 2 charges of whatever, or I don't even know exactly what they did, but they made him super, super crazy. And, you know, now you have the idea that Brewmasters were overpowered. They were good, but that was only because of what Blizzard did to them. And the entire time that they were overpowered, they could have made some change to either, I don't know, guard or what. But Blizzard never changed it. The only times that they changed something were like little tiny things. Like they made it so shuffle doesn't give an increase to stagger baseline anymore. It just gives parry chance. Like, stagger wasn't the problem. Stagger, I think, was always fun. But whatever. Stagger is just as boring now. You drink your Iron Skin Brew and then that's it. You don't even think about it again. Yeah, like, I think I've only done Suramar on my Demon Hunter, but even then I'm not completely finished with it because of the new quest lines that have happened with 7.1. I haven't completely finished it yet, but I did get to the point on both my Druid and my Demon Hunter that I can run Arcway, but 7.1 changed it anyway so that you don't have to have it on each character, it's just per account. But yeah, like, I'm just holding off now so that I can get gigantic amounts of artifact power. Like, I'm sure if I were to have done it either this weekend with my 10th note or even with my 9th note from before, like, but I was like level 27, oh no, not 27, 21 right now, I would probably have this trait here smashed and then either be done with staggering around, or I maybe would have even had fortification. I'm not sure. That all depends on how much time I would have wanted to dedicate to it. Hey Mevrim. I see you commenting on my videos all the time. Glad for you to join the stream. I mean, it is only the second time I'm streaming, so... Yeah, like, I totally agree with you. Monks have been an extremely solid class ever since they were announced. The only time that they weren't solid was in the very beginning of Warlords of Draenor, like I had mentioned, and then Windwalkers in PvP just were very, very bad. I think Mists of Pandaria was the one where they just had literally no representation in PvP because they couldn't do anything. Back when Arms Warriors would one-shot people and Hunters, BM Hunters had this crazy burst with Stampede. Like, the idea was if you could use Touch of Karma, right, you can reflect your entire HP bar back to the attacker, right? So, in essence, you should be able to kill them with your Touch of Karma active, then they can kill you. But I don't know exactly what the reason was, but you would use your Touch of Karma, they would use their burst, one-shot you, but they wouldn't like take any damage. And I don't know how, if the damage was reflected at all, but yeah, that either that was a bug or something, but they eventually got fixed and people were able to play them. Never to a big extent. I think really only Legion was the, like, this first couple months that PvP has been a thing in Legion is the only time that Windwalkers have had any like real sort of representation in PvP and also in PvE, because their playstyle is so fun. What time is it at my place? It's 20:57 in Hungary. Right now it's about 3 p.m. So that's 1,500 hours, I believe, if I'm doing the math right. So yeah, I'm living on the east coast of United States. So that's the time it is for me. It's about 3 p.m. right now. You found me yesterday, was looking for more WoW content to watch and listen to while you play. Yeah, a lot of people like just have recently been finding me. I don't know exactly how. If I'm showing up in like the side feed of other videos, or if they're actually searching for things like of the sort of content that I make. But you know, I welcome everybody. If they're interested in me, then I'm good to go. Oh, Touch of Karma was a dot? Oh. You know, you think we have a tank, we have a rogue, and this is this a feral druid? No, that's a boomkin. But we have a hunter anyway. We could at least get some sort of interrupt on these bone-chilling screams.
The spirits grow hungry from the scent of blood.
Oh, your overall sort of thing? Yeah. I was actually really surprised. Like, my quick and dirty Brewmaster video has been relatively low on like the view count for a while, and yeah, that's fine because it's just a quick and dirty thing. It's not like a complete guide. But I checked today and it has like 5,000 views, and I was like, what? No way. So I went to search it up to see where it is on the search page, and it's like way at the bottom because it still says it's got like 2,000 views instead of the 5,000 that it currently has. Which is weird. One gripe though that I have with taking so long to make some of my guides is the fact that other people get to it before I do, and like they get a bunch of views from that. So like I was looking up the Brewmaster stuff like I just mentioned, and you have some other guides that either are extremely low quality, like why did you think that was okay to upload, or they're just like I don't know, they're just reading off tooltips and everything, and it's just like you're not providing any intuitive thought. You're just saying what it does. Like, I think the first video that pops up in the feed when you Google Brewmaster tanking guide is a guy who had like 1 artifact point put into his weapon. Like, no commitment to the spec, and he's making a guide for it. Then I looked at the rest of his channel, and like, he has guides for every single class, every single spec and class. Like, how can you make a good guide for every single spec and class? But like, it's just not, there's no way that you have enough time to do all that. This is a shit show here. I don't know why they pulled all the packs. We don't have enough interrupts to stop the heals and the fears, and this is just stupid. Oh, you always sort it to be at the top or the newest? Huh. Whenever I search for something, I just take it as it is. I don't really do any filters. You know, it's funny, when I was looking at the those Brewmaster guides, right? I saw Preach's 6.2 whatever tanking guide. I'm just thinking, like, how is that still relevant enough? Like, I know it's because it's like in the search algorithm, it's just there because it's relatively popular and he's a big guy, but that's 6.2 whatever. It's so long ago. Why is that still popping up in people's feeds? Yeah, for real. I didn't, like, I kind of knew that you could filter searches because I would believe that YouTube and Google would have a feature like that, but I just never did it because I didn't really care. Because I always think if I'm going for the newest video, then is that the best video? I don't know. I mean, it's technically the most updated information, but I don't know. Just how YouTube is, because unlike WoW, its keywords don't change with patches, but just views. Yeah. That's basically what I was saying. Do these people not notice that they're casting heals and all that? Like, this is such an easy dungeon. It's just interrupt the important things and then you're good to go. I mean, there's still new people playing this game that haven't done all the content yet. Like, I had seen one time, he was probably just like AFKing or whatever, but like an 854 Beast Mastery Hunter in a dungeon doing like 71k DPS. Wait, did I say 874? I meant like 854, my bad. I only have so many interrupts. Do I play only on Horde? Currently I'm playing only on Horde, but I have been an Alliance fanboy ever since I started playing. Just because I really hated how the races looked on Horde, except for Tauren, but I started playing Alliance because my brother's friends were playing WoW before we started. and they were playing Alliance on Darkspear, which was where Swifty and Athene and all those big PvP guys were, and the YouTubers and the Twitch guys. That's the server that we were on originally, playing Alliance. And then towards the end of Mists of Pandaria, they were trying to like do the new technology with the server transfers and the cross realm zones and all that. So they offered off free transfers from Korgath to from Darkspear to Korgath, because Darkspear was getting extremely populated. So we took that because my GM had a connection with another guild on Korgath where we could merge together and make a 25-man heroic raiding guild. So that's what we did, and we got some stuff down, but then I had to stop playing because of schoolwork. And then after that, I just kind of stayed on Korgath for Warlords of Draenor, but I didn't really start playing Warlords until HFC came out, I believe. Like, I think I started playing a week before HFC came out. And then I just stuck on Korgath Alliance for that entire time. Then this past summer, some old friends that I was raiding with back in Mists of Pandaria, like, they hit me up and they were gonna come back for Legion, but they went to Area 52 playing on Horde, and I really didn't want to play Horde just because I hate like the buildings and the atmosphere, just like, you know, it's a ragtag sort of whatever, like, I don't know. The Alliance is so much more sophisticated, but now that I've been playing on the Horde, I definitely appreciate the races a lot more because they don't look all humanoid. Like, you've got these giant cow people being Taurens, and if you see an orc, it's like, oh, that clearly is an orc. Where sometimes you could confuse a male night elf with like a human male, you know. I mean, if you play on one side long enough, you start to appreciate it a bit more. I never really have completely understood the whole like Alliance for life or Horde or die. Like, I hate those sort of people that just constantly preach their faction. Because WoW isn't even about factions anymore. They shouldn't really exist. But whatever. Because you think, like, when the factions are here, you're just artificially splitting up the player base. And it's just, like, why would you do that? I think that's a big facet of Legion, and they tried to push that with the class order halls, and instead of, like, basically, the Broken Shore coming in patch 7.2 is going to be the Thundering Isle, or the Isle of Keldanas, but just Legion version, you know? And back then, there was Horde and Alliance splits, where you have to make your own separate bases, but now it's the Armies of Legionfall, which is just the class order halls, which essentially it's just like, okay, the players on the server band together and do stuff, which is a lot better because now there's no this like stupid races or whatever, and they're trying to keep it in tune with the lore right now, that since the Legion is the one that is the big bad threat, and like Horde and Alliance isn't really a big problem right now. The only problem is between Sylvanas and Greymane. They're still at each other's throats for whatever reason, I don't know. But like that's the only reason like PvP really is a thing. I like all the stuff that they mentioned about PvP in BlizzCon, where they're making like brawls and like fun little battlegrounds and whatever. But they said that they can't really introduce a new battleground or arena technically, since there's no real fit for it in the lore. Like, the Alliance and Horde sort of whatever, the disputes isn't really the big facet of Legion right now. Sorry, I kind of just was ignoring chat while I was talking. Hey, John Forrester Davidson. Nice to see you in the stream. Yeah, this is only the second time I've been streaming, so, like, if you caught me here, like, you didn't really miss much on the first one. I was kind of doing the same thing. I'm gonna die. You started in MoP for this, and was Alliance then, soon went to Horde for PvP, then came back in Draenor as Alliance, and still Alliance. The only real issue is I hate the male models for Alliance. Besides playing Worgens and Dwarfs. Yeah, Dwarfs are kind of cool. Like, I really like Dwarfs, but for some reason, like, they just feel weird sometimes depending on the class you play. Like, my friend loves Dwarf Mage. I'm like, what? Why a Dwarf Mage? Like, you can be a human mage. Or even Night Elf Mage, which is kind of weird too. And be better, technically. But, I mean, it's just an aesthetic thing. He likes the way they look. He loves the casting, actually. That's his main thing. And Worgans, like, I like the Worgans as, like, a model. But I hate the way that they walk. And I hate the way that they cast. Their casting just, like, they're... I don't know, they're just going all crazy all over the place. It's just dumb. It's stupid. Hey, Pacific Flip. What's up? Good stream. What's up, man? I agree with the whole Alliance versus Horde thing. Currently, the divide hardly exists. I hope that the next expansion will take us back to the war between the Alliance and Horde. I think they should definitely brush up a bit more on that. On it, just because it's like PvP is like it really is, it's half the game. As much as a lot of people don't want to admit that it is, or a lot of the PvP crowd says that PvE, like, no one cares about PvE, it's boring, blah blah blah. Like, the majority of people who play this game are PvEers, and so you have to respect those sort of things. But you also have to respect the PvP crowd, because they also do make up a large portion of the game's player base. That's why if you guys ever saw one of the comments on, I think the tanking wishlist video, somebody had said, like, I was basically asking Blizzard to remove all of the PvP talents. And I'm just like, no, like, the PvP talents belong in the PvP section. Like, don't have PvP issues bleed into the general tank, just the general talents as class talents. Because that was the huge problem that we've had for the entirety of WoW. Like, it wasn't good. I don't think the lore part should really matter, because honestly, capturing a flag on Warsong Gulch doesn't change anything in the lore, in honesty. Well, yeah, capturing a flag doesn't change the lore, but what they're talking about is the whole idea of, like, how does this battleground, or how does this arena fit in with the current, like, theme and attitude and idea of this expansion. Like, back in Mists of Pandaria, we had a new arena come in, the Tiger Arena or whatnot, because that was a part of Pandaria, and it could have easily been an arena, and that's what they made it out to be. And you just have to think, like, in past expansions, Horde and Alliance have always been at each other's throats. So while we're off doing things like saving the world and doing Lich King things, the Horde and Alliance are still fighting each other elsewhere. So you've got half of their troops doing the PvE stuff, technically, and then you got half the troops still trying to kill each other. And you saw all of that, and it kept going all the way up until Mists of Pandaria, when, you know, even in the final cinematic, Jaina is telling Varian to just end the Horde. Even though most of Pandaria right now has been trying to fight off Garrosh and the old god heart thingy, like... So the new arena was fit into there, and it made sense. But truthfully, like, whatever happens in an arena or a battleground, yeah, it's not going to affect anything, like, in the real world. But you just have to think that they've always been fighting each other. They've never stopped. But just now in Legion, they're technically not fighting each other at all. It's all about getting the Legion back. Do you have the feeling with the brew you have no sense of progression as a tank? I mean, you do the same things for Heroic and Mythic plus 10. You do not have anything to improve at. Sorry, it's scarce to get. I don't... Well... Are you talking progression as in, like, getting better every time you pull? Because, I mean, I've done that on the Guardian Druid, where it's like, oh, I'm going to pop Bristling Fur now so I can get the extra rage. Or instead, I'll try and save up my Rage of the Sleeper for the damage bonus. I'll try and save that until I have my 5 stacks of Thrash so that I can get the 10% extra damage done. And therefore, it's in theory 35% extra damage. Like, things like that, little nuances, I definitely see that on the Guardian Druid, but to say that that's not something that you can see on the Brewmaster, I think is false. Because yeah, Brewmaster, like on the surface, is kind of just boring a bit. Like you'll press Ironskin Brew and you get more stagger, but you don't feel like you're reducing your damage. The only time that you really feel like stagger is working is when you take gigantic hits, like Snapping Bite on Tortos, or the Nightmare Spear on Cenarius. Like those giant hits are when you see stagger really pull through, because you're negating 80% of that damage. You don't have to pop a cooldown or anything, and then you could just purify half of that away. That feels good, but in the general sense, which is why I don't really like the playstyle, is because small little melee hits don't really feel very... They don't really feel fun to stagger. Like the whole point of stagger was to like smooth out your damage, and if you're ignoring like 80% of that damage and you're just putting it as a dot, it just feels bad. It doesn't feel like I'm reducing damage because I'm always taking damage. I really wish that in the 7.1.5 like class / rotation changes, they put a lot more weight onto Purifying Brew, like maybe increase the amount it can purify, or give another charge to the system so we have 4 baselines so we can purify more often. Because I was watching some Brewmaster do a Mythic Ursoc fight and he hardly purified, and the reason why is because if he dropped Ironskin Brew, he would die, because he can't take only 40% of the damage. 60%. He has to take only 20% up front and have to deal with the dot. He just has to deal with it. So he's sitting at red stagger for most of the fight, which is, it doesn't feel fun to maintain that dot when it doesn't feel like it's doing anything. And then to have to put so much importance on the fact that you have to keep up the stagger in order so that you don't die. It's just like, why don't you just increase my stagger baseline then and give me another intuitive sort of ability that feels more fun to press. As in, I can get more haste to get for Iron first so I can survive for... Oh wait, I'm trying to figure out exactly what you mean by progression as a tank. You do the same things for Hardcore and Mythic. You do not have anything to improve at. Sorry, it's scarce to get information. Yes, as in getting better or doing something better for a special attack. As in, I can get more haste to get for Iron Fur so I can survive, for example. The idea was you stack Iron Fur on you no matter what, given that it's boss or packs or anything, you're redoing the same thing. You have no tools to prepare for except 2 cooldowns. One is so niche and the other has massive CD. Well, so in the case with improving as a Brewmaster, I'd probably say, like, I don't have much raid experience with the Brewmaster. I don't think I've done anything yet on raiding. I think I've done one time Emerald Nightmare Heroic. I don't even remember. A lot of my experience has come from dungeons, and I hear different arguments. I hear that Brewmaster is a very great tank for things like Mythic Plus, but I also hear from other Brewmasters that they felt that they were more powerful in raids because there's a lot more of those big moments where you're just taking single gigantic hits. I think he maybe means you don't have all the content on your druid, so why do it on your Brewmaster? I've done all the content on my druid, so why do it on your Brewmaster? Well, I'll quickly answer that question then. The reason why I'm doing it on my Brewmaster is, one, it's a personal thing because I've played this character, like I'm the one. This character has made World of Warcraft for me. Like, legit, if I was still playing my prop paladin back in Cataclysm and never rolled a Brewmaster, I don't think I'd be this much into the game. Like, yeah, I'd like it, and I had the notions of trying out raiding back in Cataclysm, but I never cared that much. When the Brewmaster came out, the playstyle I fell in love with so much that's the reason why I started playing WoW a lot more. And for me to just shelf it completely, because this is the first expansion I ever considered not playing the monk, and it just feels wrong to not play it. Like it honestly, it still feels weird to log into my druid and have that be the character I'm playing. I do love the playstyle of the druid, and it looks really cool, especially the bear forms and all that. There's enough procs going on where it makes the playstyle very fast-paced, and also it does very, very well. It's probably the best tank right now. So that's that one. And then the Vengeance is very nice and it's fast-paced and everything, but it's too spiky, and I never liked playing a blood DK. So I like the button mashing that a Demon Hunter has, but I don't like the spikiness in health. I don't know. I think that's a player issue for me. I just need to put more practice into it, but I don't care enough to. Like, I'm very good at a Vengeance Demon Hunter, but I don't care at mastering it enough. I think I do exceptionally well. I just don't like the spikiness. That's all it is. So that's why I'm playing the Brewmaster now. If I'm doing the content that I've done on my druid, I could still do it on my Brewmaster, because that's what an alt is all about. You don't just level an alt for it to look pretty on the login screen. You play it because you like to progress with it.
These demons are even more persistent than the wretched Naga. We must drive them back.
Yeah, like sometimes you would have to keep the stagger high in order to survive, because like, yeah, they put a lot of emphasis on purifying stuff off, but in a lot of cases, if you're just taking so much damage and you don't have enough brews to purify often, then in most cases it's actually going to be better for you to maintain that stagger buff than it is for you to purify that damage off. Because in the amount of damage that you're saving yourself from taking by purifying half of your stagger dot, you're going to end up taking more direct damage to the face if you don't have Iron Skin Brew up for those next couple seconds, where that damage could actually kill you. Mind you, that video that I did watch with the Mythic Ursoc, he wasn't using Black Ox Brew, he was using Light Brewing, so he did have a lot less charges to work with. But even then, like, it's just that comes with mastering. So every time that you do a pull, every time that you use your brew charges, every time that you press anything that affects your rotation, you're going to learn a little bit more. So that's how you can progress on the Brewmaster, is by really nailing the rotation and even getting really good with blackout combo. That's what I can tell you. And the feeling of like, it's bad, like, use your Iron Furs and you can stack 2 Iron Furs for this ability, or you have this cooldown for that. You can increase your DPS like this if you do these things. That stuff you don't have as a Brewmaster, because just of the way Iron Skin Brew and Stagger works, it's just boring. But you can still excel in other ways. It's just Brewmaster is a completely different tank and requires a different set of mind when playing one. Sorry, I keep neglecting the chat because I'm just like going on long tangents about these subjects. So I'm sorry if you guys type stuff and I just am not reading it. Alright, so Pavel says, no, I was talking about the brew. Anyway, you answered it, and thank you for your patience. I love brew and I have every other tank, and yes, they're powerful and somewhat feel like a tank. But brew is totally different, and I love it for that. I hate that it's lacking, and trust me, it's lacking over Mythic +5. Even with Black Ox Brew, you still are in the situation of popping Iron Brew instead of Purify. Yep. Okay, so let's get to some other questions. What do you think about how Vengeance stands top tier rating content and high levels of Mythic Plus? I don't believe Vengeance was the first tank to get a Mythic Plus 15 down. It was probably among the top 3 classes. I'm assuming Prot Warrior was the first one because it was before they got nerfed, and then either Guardian Druids just because of how powerful they are, or Blood DKs because they're high self-sustain. But I think Vengeance is extremely good. in Mythic Plus. They do a ton of damage. They have a lot of self-healing, so that if a healer notices you have your 60 pain, then they could focus for the next second or two. They could focus on casting a spell on a friendly if they need the healing, rather than having to keep the tank alive. Which is good to know. Like, you can take care of yourself in some situations. It's just, whenever I'm playing it, like, there's still some things that I'm not entirely sure of in dungeons. Like, there's mobs in Halls of Valor that do an ability called Power Attack or Power Strike or something, which if you don't have active mitigation up, hits you like a truck for one thing, and then sometimes puts a dot on you, which hits hard as well. So those things I wasn't paying enough attention to, and that's part of the reason why I am spiky. But like, there are some people that just are almost not moving their health at all. Like, I saw a Mistweaver point of view of a plus 15 Blackrock hold with a Vengeance Demon Hunter tank, right? And they pulled up to the first boss, and as he was tanking the first boss, like, his health wasn't moving at all. And that boss has big, slow swinging attacks. Like, was he just healing it so fast that his health didn't move? I don't think that was the case. But yeah, he was a very good Demon Hunter, and so those guys, definitely, if you're looking for a tank that is good for Mythic Plus, Demon Hunter is the way to go. It just takes a lot of practice to know exactly when to use your things. Alright, for Vengeance, for top tier rating content, they're not the best tanks. Currently the tank rankings for best tanks in raids is Guardian Druid at the top, and then you have arguably Prot Warrior and Prot Paladin, because the nerf to Ignore Pain was pretty bad, but they're still in a good spot. Paladin has its ways to cheese certain mechanics, so you have to take that value, but that value is not always warranted in some fights. So you've got Guardian, then you have like Prot Warrior and Prot Paladin, and then in the next couple ones are Vengeance, DK, and Brewmaster, in that order. Just because Blood DK is suffering a bit. I'm not sure exactly from what. Just I've heard a lot of people say that Blood DKs need a little bit more love. So that's how that goes. I think that they're okay. It's just Vengeance Demon Hunters excel really well in burst tanking. And in raid bosses, there's a lot of like tanking for long periods of time. Like Xavius, for instance, you have to tank the boss for a very long time. So it can be done. It just requires a little bit more skill, because you have to time things very, very well. Alright, let's see. Let's get back to the chat. Yeah, I'm tanking. John Forrester says, yes, I'm tanking on my Druid as well as my Demon Hunter alt. I find Demon Hunter to be less stable in terms of HP and less reliable in sticky situations. By the way, I learned a lot from tanking from your channel, so thanks a million. Anyway, I have an exam in the morning, so I'm out for the night. See you next time. Alright, if you're still here, thanks for coming to the stream, and I value your questions, and hopefully I answered some and you got some stuff out of me. So have a good night and good luck on your test. Alright, let's see. Pavel Bogdan, even with Black Ox Brew, you're still in the situation of popping Iron Brew instead of Purify. Oh, I already read that one. Mevrim says, Stagger doesn't kill you by itself, it brings you down to 1%, but there's no other damage incoming, you won't die. Yeah, I saw, like, when trying to do the tanking dummies on, like, in the order hall, if I run away but I have the stagger dot still ticking, I won't die from the stagger. And the stagger is not the thing that kills you. It's not the killing blow ever, but it could be what's actually killing you, because remember, you're taking only 20% of upfront damage. That will never kill you unless it's like 50 billion damage you're taking. It's not enough to take your health down. All the damage that Brewmasters take is from stagger. If you ever look at how much damage you've taken, like, it's always stagger at the top, because that's where the damage is coming from. Remember, stagger is not damage, is not reducing damage taken, it's just smoothing out damage taken. That's why purifying is important, but currently it's not that important. Like, you want to be using Iron Skin and Purifying Brew in like a 2-to-1 ratio, so you want to use more Iron Skins than you do Purifies. But just in some situations, like the Mythic Ursoc, like I was talking about, Iron Skin Brew is so much more important, because you will die if you don't have the smoothed damage. in some situations, like if you have a Black Ox brew like about to come off cooldown, then maybe you can purify and then get another charge with your Black Ox brew and be fine and get away with some of it. But that's part of the mastering of your Brewmaster. Is like I was reading in the Monk Discord the other day that they were comparing like damage taken or whatever on Ursoc, and he's like, oh, I took just as much or less damage than my Guardian Druid partner. And so it's like, oh yeah, Brewmaster is good. And then he said, like, I didn't even purify as often as I could because I had like an extra minute on Ironskin Brew or something. I don't remember exactly. But like, he obviously knows that the next time he does Mythic Ursoc, he can afford to purify more often, and therefore reducing his damage taken and also smoothing out his health pool a lot more for the healers. So that's part of mastering your Brewmasters. Yeah, you get more like a rotational sort of thing, but when to purify. When to purify is the equivalent of when to use Demon Spikes. It's so situational. Riptor says, that's good, of course. Wait, that's good to know, because my main tank currently is Vengeance, which I really like them, but heard a lot of hate for them. I've got all tanks besides Prot Paladin, just because I'm focused on Holy and Ret with mine. Yeah, like, Vengeance is really good for all of the content right now. Arguably a little bit harder to play in a raid setting, but definitely still gets the job done in every single situation. Every tank can do any job. The only problem is that who's playing the tank, and then like what fight are you talking about? Because Prot Paladin is extremely good for Mythic Spider and Emerald Nightmare, because when she goes to bird form on the second platform and she starts using the violent winds, the Paladin can just bubble and eat the winds by themselves, and the rest of the raid doesn't have to worry about it. In the video that I just uploaded the other day, today or yesterday, you could see that the Paladin is just in the thing by himself all the way across the map, because he's cheesing it. He's using his toolkit to his advantage. And this week we did it with a Vengeance Demon Hunter tank, a Guardian Druid, and a Prot Warrior, I think, or maybe we did it with 2 Druids, but we had to have the raid stack for that, which it wasn't too bad, but we had to have a change of strategy as a raid as a whole, and therefore increasing healers' mana consumption and also decreasing damage done, like overall raid DPS, because they have to worry about standing in a mechanic. Whereas a Paladin tank could help negate that, and therefore really excels on that fight. But for instance, in Mythic Ursoc, we decided to sit our Prot Paladin because Prot Warrior and Guardian Druid excel a lot better at physical damage reduction, because they can just keep their stuff up a lot more, and they have very good toolkits for dealing with whatever mechanics that Ursoc throws at you. So it just depends on the situation. Arguably, you can say Vengeance is good for Ursoc as well, because they do tank in short bursts. You taunt the boss for a little bit, you take your debuff, and then the other tank taunts back. So in that time frame, you should have 100% uptime on Demon Spikes. In the logs, it won't say that you had the buff up 100% of the fight, but for when it mattered, when you were actually tanking the boss, you had your Demon Spikes active, which is when they excel, when they could have their active mitigation up and their healing. Their healing works for them. Alright, so, hey Daniel Smith, what's going on? Good evening. There's a lot of other people, like, you know, for me it's like 3:35 p.m. right now, so it's technically the afternoon, not the evening. So I got a lot of other people from around the world, which is actually really cool and interesting. Riptor says, honestly, I find Vengeance easy to play. I feel they are easier than Blood Death Knight. When I play Blood Decay, I just seem to never be able to stack an Absorb Shield, but maybe that's just an extra thing. Well, that's part of the complaint of Blood Decay, is that their active mitigation is technically considered Blood Shield after they Death Strike, and currently they made it where Death Strike is like the heal is what you're actually looking for. The shield is just like a little extra thing, but that's not the main component. And so the problem is that whenever there's an active mitigation sort of like mechanic that they have to deal with, Blood Shield doesn't do the job. It's not enough of an absorb to help maintain their health pool at a stable rate. When we were doing Cenarius in my other guild, I had a Blood DK co-tank, and every time that he would get hit with a spear, either the pool would be gigantic because he couldn't have active mitigation, because the second he uses Death Strike, his Blood Shield goes away because of the constant ticking damage on that fight, and he was also tanking the boss, so like that shield just goes away immediately. So every time that would happen, he'd have to call for an external. So if I needed an external, I couldn't call out for it because he needed to have them all, you know, in order to make the pools very small so we had a place to fight. So that's part of the issue with them, is that their Blood Shield is just so minimal and disgusting, honestly. Vengeance is easy to play on the surface. It's just in an actual setting when you're trying to execute stuff, it's a little harder, and that's why it's not like Havoc is a really good spec for just new players to try and learn. There's a lot of mastery involved with the movement and momentum, but if you pick the easier talents to play with, it's not a hard spec at all. And it's very easy to grasp. Vengeance is kind of easy to grasp, but it's a lot harder to do. One, because tanking is harder than DPSing, arguably, but it's just a different playstyle. Remember, they are very spiky, and that could cause some people to panic. Like for me, I panic every time that I get low on health, because I know I could heal myself, but sometimes it's like I don't feel like my heal is worth enough, and therefore the healer really has to babysit me, and I don't like that. Mevrim says, could you show us your items, stats, and talk about stat priority? For what tank, exactly? Daniel Smith, not much, to be honest. I came across a few of your vids today, so I thought I would check out your stream. Well, thanks for stopping by. I mean, this is the second time I've streamed at all. You know, the first time was a couple days ago. So I'm just kind of getting into the groove. And I'm glad that I've got a lot of people watching. I mean, 18 people is not a lot, technically. But, I mean, it is a good amount because there's stimulation in the chat, which allows me to be vocal and stimulating. If you were ever able to check out the beginning of the stream, it's very, very quiet because I have nothing to bounce off of. I'm not really good at talking to myself when there's no specific topic on the books. Riptor says, yeah, I miss the old days of Lich King where Death Strike healed a bit more, so I think it made getting a shield much easier to obtain. But they were my intro to tanking, which was my main tank in Draenor. Oh, so Mevrim wants monk stuff. Okay, I guess I could hop over real quick and just show my things. I think I mentioned it in the quick and dirty guide for my monk. There's not really a stat priority. Yeah, guides say to do some stuff, but the general consensus among the more well-informed brewmasters is that you just roll with whatever you get. Especially that we got a buff to... We got 15% more armor from gear, which means that the higher the piece of gear, the more armor we're going to get, therefore the more passive reduction that we have. You know, Guardian Druids work purely on having a high health pool and having a lot of armor, which is what Ironfur does. It increases your armor. So if we can work with that, as little as we can get, then that just helps overall with less damage taken. Some guides will say to have 30% haste, but it's not... that's the ideal, but it's not really feasibly obtainable. The reason is because when you have 30% haste, it makes Keg Smash a 6-second cooldown. Literally about a 6-second cooldown. Which means that when you have your Blackout Strike, every other time you cast Blackout Strike, you're going to get Keg Smash and you're going to get a Tiger Palm or a Breath of Fire. So if I go over to the target dummy real quick right here, I have, let's see, 22% haste, 23-ish% haste. So I have a 6.5 second Keg Smash and around a 2.5 second Blackout Strike. So with 30% haste, ideally it would look like this. I would Blackout Strike and then Keg Smash. And then really, like, the global cooldown is supposed to work that you blackout strike, you keg smash, you tiger palm, you blackout strike, and then you breath of fire, you tiger palm, you blackout strike, you keg smash, you tiger palm, you blackout strike, and then now I'm in a bad situation because I have nothing available to me. I can't use that blackout strike on my keg smash or on my breath of fire, but they should be up. At least the keg smash should be, because I should have more haste. So right now, like, because I only have 23-ish% haste, I don't feel that comfortable with blackout combo. One, I'm not comfortable with it as just like a talent and a playstyle. It doesn't feel right to me. I liked the cooldown sort of managing back with the old playstyle back in Mists of Pandaria and Draenor. That was a lot more fun to me. I liked managing Chi and managing Elusive Brew. I liked that a lot. But having to manage this very fast 2.5 second ability is so annoying. Because it's like, sheer, I can just spam. Swipe, I can just spam. And Tiger Palm, I used to be able to spam. I would literally just be spamming 2. Tiger Palm, Tiger Palm, Tiger Palm, and like, my finger would not stop pressing Tiger Palm. And every single time I can fit in a keg smash, I would just throw it in there. Every time I fit in a breath of fire, I'd throw it in there. Every time I could fit in a blackout kick, I would throw it in there. So there, like, each spec had their spammy sort of talent, not talent, but ability. Blackout strike negates that. You can't be spammy. You have to be more thoughtful with what you can do, which is akin to how the Windwalker is. And Windwalker is fun, but Windwalker has more options. Alright, so Daniel Smith says, I'm just currently looking over forums trying to find a guild looking for a Brewmaster monk so I can get into raiding again. If not, it may be the end of my WoW time. Well, Daniel, what I say is, well, I don't know your situation. You know, maybe like what you're saying, if you just can't get a guild, then you just won't play WoW. I think if you can afford it, maybe go to a different server and start looking for stuff there. But obviously, don't just find it and pick a random server, go over there, and then see if you can find people that want a Brewmaster. Like, definitely look around the forums and look on Reddit and other places like that, or WoW Progress, and just try and find if somebody is willing to recruit a tank. Because the current idea now for Brewmasters is that they're not good. Even though they are good, they're just in most people's hands, they're not good. They're not easy to play. A lot of people don't understand how to play one, therefore making it a very bad experience if they are bad. But in the case with other people, like very, very good Brewmasters, the ones who are trying to push the spec out there and trying to get other people to try it, like, those people are going to be resources that you want to look at, right? And so you're like, eventually you will find a guild that is down to take a Brewmaster, because if any people have looked at the Q&A that happened with the developer Q&A the other day, Blizzard is like really, really confident in what they've done with the Brewmaster. It's just the community perception. Once the community sees that Brewmasters, like, there are Brewmasters out there that are good and that they can get the job done, once that like hurdle has been jumped and you know, cleared, then Brewmasters are going to have an AO. It's like a good to go. Like, if you see Elemental Shaman, like, yeah, like, you might not accept them because, you know, they're Elemental Shaman. They're not that great on DPS, and a lot of people think that they're bad. But I have had a couple Elemental Shamans. One of the Shamans in my old guild was Elemental. He was Resto mainly, but we had to start switching him to DPS because we couldn't have the extra healer. And so we had 2 Enhancement Shamans in the guild, and he was Elemental, just because he liked the playstyle more, and he was still pulling pretty good numbers. So I suggest just stick with it. You know, you'll find a guild eventually, and 715 is not that far off. When the PTR comes out, I'm definitely going to be doing a video if there's any major changes to the spec. I don't think there will be, because of how the game designers have said that, you know, they're fine with how it is now. I don't think there will be some major changes, but there definitely has to be something in order for people to play it a bit more. So I'm definitely going to do something like that. And if anything appeals to you, then maybe you can continue playing a Brewmaster, and hopefully other people will change their mind, and you can hopefully find a guild. Honestly, a lot of that stuff is just time. If you have the patience to work with just trying to find a guild, then you'll be fine. Honestly, you'll get a spot eventually, and everything will be good. So Riptor says, I just tend to check Icy Veins for a general idea of what to do with my spec. With any spec I'm unsure of. I feel the only class I'm hesitant in Legion to play is a Disc Priest. I mean, I don't really know much about Disc Priest, so I can't really comment on that. Oh my god, I totally forgot. Mevrim was asking for haste and stat priority and whatever. Okay, so I'll just quickly go down this list. Got haste mastery helmet, crit mastery neck, crit mastery shoulders, crit mastery cloak, crit mastery chest piece, crit haste. Well, my artifact weapon. I got mastery trinket. I got a haste trinket that gives me passive armor when it procs. I got a haste mastery ring, crit haste boots, crit mastery, haste mastery, crit haste. I mean, there's no like general way to gear out your monk, because like I was mentioning, when those guides say 30% haste, they mean 30% haste so that you can get the ideal timing on your blackout strikes and your keg smashes and all that stuff. That's what they mean by 30% haste. But if you can't get 30% haste, and most likely you won't, because a lot of people don't, then you're going to be fine. Like, I've mentioned in, I don't know if it was the last stream or something else, that there's people with low haste, high crit mastery that do fine. There's people with higher haste and lower crit mastery, and they do fine. Generally, the best way to play Brewmaster is to have sort of a well-rounded, sort of ballpark, like, stat priority. So right now, you see, I have 28.5% crit, 28% mastery, and like 23% haste. My crit and mastery are almost identical. My haste is a little bit behind. But when I'm looking at the numbers, my raw crit stat is 4,750. My raw stats for haste are 7,400. My raw stats for mastery are 7,000. I have more haste than I do any other stat, but I just have less percent of it. So I have a shit ton of haste, and I have a shit ton of mastery, but like, it's like, to achieve 30% haste right now, you have to completely forego mastery and crit. Like, you just have to get crafted pieces that roll double haste. You have to get haste trinkets. You have to get haste enchants and everything. And even then, you might not be able to. Like, you have to be like 880 in order to achieve that stuff. And so but the thing is, if you run so much with haste, yeah, you have the extra brew generation, you have the extra damage and all that stuff from Blackout Strike, which is beneficial, but then you're losing out on the crit, so that when you're getting healed, you have a chance to get bonus healed, which helps to stabilize your health. And since you're always taking damage, that bonus healing is almost never going to be overhealing. So it's going to be effective, and it's going to be purposeful. And then mastery, I've seen some guy with like 35 or like 39% mastery. It was a ridiculous number. But like, when you think about it, if he has 39% mastery, it takes one hit and then he's got 39% dodge chance on top of the baseline dodge that I would have now, you know? So he's got 39 plus 10. So like, math, geez, he has 49% dodge, which means legit, he has a 50-50 chance of dodging the next attack. So his damage from auto attacks should be super, super minimal, because it's like every other attack that he's getting hit with, he's going to dodge. Almost. Either every other or every 3. So mastery is very important. In a magic-based fight, versatility pulls ahead of mastery because you can't dodge a spell. So the damage taken reduction that you get from versatility is better for magic fights. But besides that, mastery, crit, and haste all work very, very well for you. Haste is not like a guardian druid where you can keep your armor up, or you can keep your magic debuff, or you can just keep spending this rage. Haste only works to increase the amount of iron skin brews you can have, which is just going to increase the duration of having 80% stagger. And stagger's still going to tick your health down eventually. Or you can just purify more often. The damage reduction that you get from having high haste is not enough to outplay the damage reduction you get from dodging an attack and the bonus healing you get from crit. It's not worth it. So just try and have a balanced set of stats and then just play around it. Some people want the higher sort of the high intensity playstyle, and they want more and more haste. Or some people would just rather have a slower, more passive playstyle and not have to worry about blackout combo. I love elusive dance for dungeons. I love it. I really, really do. Because a lot of the times I don't see myself hitting the yellows and red staggers with high tolerance. So elusive dance helps me out with that, you know. But high tolerance still gets its benefit, and then you don't have to worry about constantly having to upkeep blackout strike. I like the playstyle a lot better without blackout combo, but I could definitely still see the appeal of blackout combo because it adds an extra layer of complexity. Alright. I neglected the chat again. I'm so sorry. Alright, so the League Ranter says, is versatility over mastery for Vengeance Demon Hunters? Depends on the content. If you're doing a raid, versatility is better than mastery because, like I said, you're going to be tanking for longer periods of time. Therefore, having the more passive damage reduction is arguably better. And then after that, you want haste so that you have more uptime on your demon spikes rather than more powerful demon spikes, but just less often. So that's what that is. But in Mythic Pluses, mastery, it's mastery, crit, then haste, versatility, I believe. So you want to have the extra potency on your demon spikes because you're going to be tanking in smaller bursts because you go from pack to pack to pack. The bosses is like 20% of the dungeon. All of the dungeon is ads and trash. So you want more powerful demon spikes in that case. Alright, so Riptor says to have... Oh, he was going off for the next one. Yeah, I play Elemental Shaman. Don't care what anyone says, I just play a spec that I want. Worst case, I form my own group, so even if it may take longer, you can get whatever you desire done. Yeah, a lot of people seem to ignore that. If you just can't get into groups, make your own group. If you're just doing a Mythic Plus dungeon, or you're just doing a dungeon, then being the group leader is not a problem. You know, the only thing that you have to worry about is, do you have Bloodlust or Time Warp or Hero? You know, if you got one of those, then most likely your group is going to succeed. And you should be fine. You know, dungeons are fine. If you want to make your own groups for raids, that's a little bit different because you have to act as the raid leader, and that might be a bit daunting. Plus, having to manage more people is also a scary concept. I don't like doing it. But I also get into groups, so I never have to worry about that. Alright, to have them heal me, to have them heal, not me playing them. I just feel like when they heal, I have to be on my game if I'm tanking. Okay. Daniel Smith, that's what I encounter a lot at the moment. People seem to think they are complete crap, but in my opinion, they're in a really good place at the moment, and I feel a lot more involved than some tanks. For instance, Pally. Do you think Brewmaster are getting a bad name because compared to other tanks, solo play like Wanted world bosses can be frustrating because stagger doesn't really do anything for you? I'm not sure what you mean on the world boss sort of sentence there. Unless you're talking about being accepted into a group for a world boss to tank it. I mean, if people are denying you a world boss tanking spot because you're a Brewmaster, then they're just straight up retarded. Like, world bosses don't do enough damage to kill tanks if there's at least 2 healers in the group. Like, it's very manageable. You can do a world boss so easy because they're not technically bosses, they're just a rare mob with a lot of health. That's why it's called a boss, because you just need a lot of people to kill it. But to the rest of this question, do you think Brewmasters are getting a bad name because compared to other tanks, whatever, because frustrating Stagger doesn't really do anything for you? Well, Stagger does a lot. It just doesn't feel like it's doing a lot. If Brewmasters didn't... If the current state of Brewmasters was the same, but we didn't have Ironskin Brew to increase our Stagger, right? Then we would be in a lot worse position. Because so much of the Brewmaster is revolved around having smooth damage intake, because we don't have things like guard anymore. We don't have very reliable dodge with elusive brew. We don't have purifying brew that clears all of our stagger and only costs 1 chi. We don't have those things. So we have to rely on the fact that stagger is our powerful thing. It doesn't feel fun to play with because it's just very boring. It's just a number and we don't even see that number. But it is still something. And the reason why a lot of people don't have this good idea of Brewmasters is because Blizzard seriously screwed up back in beta when they made a Brewmaster. Because, one, they took forever to get into the game, right? Which already is like, how much are they changing? Oh, I have an artifact note. Okay. Like, how much are they changing about Brewmaster? The fact that they're one of the last specs to be added. You know, and then when people started playing them, they changed so much. You know, I said it time and time again, I don't like this playstyle compared to past expansions. And a lot of people resonate with that idea, is the fact that it doesn't feel fun, it doesn't feel the same, it doesn't feel right. Why did they change it when everything before was working fine? Like, they literally changed Brewmaster just to change it. It didn't need changing. The only thing that needed some tuning or changing was guard, because it didn't feel like it should have been in the game. Because, yeah, class fantasy and all that. But I still feel like we should be kicking around instead of hitting people with our weapon. Like, Blackout Strike feels so bad compared to Blackout Kick. Like, just little nuances and things like that where it's just like, why did you change it? You know? And so the fact that they screwed up in that aspect of just like the overall feel of the class turned a lot of people off from trying it out. And then also, people had no clue how to play Brewmaster. And a lot of people don't still. And so when you have so many people saying that Brewmaster is bad, Brewmaster is this, it turns a lot of people off. It got so bad on the Monk like beta forums that Celestalon, one of the big guys over at Blizzard, had to write up an Icy Veins style post in order to get people to figure out exactly what they wanted Brewmasters to be played like. And in that post, he said that Brewmasters that they had like internally testing were invincible. They couldn't die because they knew how to play it. But even then, if people can't pick that up intuitively, then that immediately cries out bad design on Blizzard. If people can't figure out how to play a spec the way that they wanted it to, then clearly it's not good enough to be published. And so they changed a lot of things from beta, like the way how Gift of the Ox works. It's different now, you know. Arguably better, but still boring a little bit. And so all of the bad stuff that is with Brewmaster is all community perception. They heard this major outcry that, oh, Brewmasters suck, Brewmasters are this, Brewmasters are bad. But people are better now. People have a lot more playtime with a Brewmaster, and a lot of people are really doing some crazy things. Mythic plus 15s, Brewmasters do them all the time. You just have to find the right player. And right now, because there's such a small pool of Brewmasters actually playing, then there's not that much data to gather. And of the small group of people playing Brewmaster, only like 5% of those people are actually really good. The rest of them are either mediocre or just straight, like, just terrible. And those majority people that are playing the spec badly are giving the bad name to the class and the spec as a whole. So that's why it's going to take a while for Brewmasters to get to get over that hurdle. I say just stick with it, you know, and you should be fine. Eventually they're going to get better. All right, back to the chat. I think Brewmasters get a lot of bad rap because you have You look at people like Sko from Method and Slootbag from Serenity. They have said they don't use them for top tier rating. Well, yeah, a lot of people take what the top players say, like they take it to heart. But the thing is with them, they do the content on so little gear that they have to rely on the base spec and the base class. Like, how strong is it if I'm only minimally geared? Like, those people who clear Mythic Emerald Nightmare in the first day, those guys are doing Emerald Nightmare Mythic 20 item levels below, or even 30 item levels below what the average group would end up pushing it at. You know, if you go into, like, I'm 873 or 875 on my Guardian Druid right now, and I'm doing Mythic Plus. I'm not Mythic Plus. I'm doing Mythic Emerald Nightmare. But when you have the guys from Method, and you have the guys, those top tier people, the highest item level they can get was like 850 or 855. You know, depending on if they had a legendary. So when they're sitting at 850 item level and they're clearing it in the first day, they can't have Brewmasters and they can't have Vengeance Demon Hunters that are subpar compared to the other tanks. And also you had to remember that Prot Warriors were completely broken, so it was almost guaranteed that you are going to have one in that group. But now there have been changes. Item levels are different. You know, I'm not on my Brewmaster right now, but you can get better gear, and the gear should help carry you a little bit. You have the best people in the world having to play, you know, technically handicapped because they have less gear. So they have to rely on the fact that this spec is very powerful. And Shadow Priests, for instance, played a very big part in a lot of the execution and kills of raid bosses in Emerald Nightmare because of how powerful Surrender to Madness was and how much DPS they can push out. If Shadow Priest didn't have Surrender to Madness, then they wouldn't be nearly as powerful and nobody would take them. Because without that talent, they were not as powerful as they had to be. But that's just one example. I'm not even in Vengeance right now. Jesus Christ. I might actually die. I'm just bad at this game. Alright, back to the chat. I keep forgetting. Alright, the League Ranter. What do you think Blizzard could do? I'm not even paying attention to this game. Alright, what do you think Blizzard could do to kind of smooth out that Demon Hunter damage? Because I think you were saying earlier that you didn't like the fact that they were so spiky. Well, the problem is that from a design perspective, just fundamentally, Demon Hunters are spiky. They can't make them smooth out their damage, because if they have the ability to smooth out their damage, and they still have the massive amount of DPS they can pull out, and the massive amount of healing, then it's like, that's too overpowered of a tank. Because the reason why they're spiky is because they can chunk themselves back up with a nice big heal. If they have smooth damage, and then have the big heals on top of that, then it's like they're technically never going to die, because their health is not going to move so drastically where you're going to have to warrant healers mana, you know? And healers have to spend time on you. If I was a Guardian Druid, being able to heal myself as often as I do on a DK, or as often as I do on the Demon Hunter, then I would be completely overpowered. And that's the reason why these crazy smooth health tanks don't have that sort of spiky playstyle. And we only have very underpowered heals. Guardian Druids have Frenzied Regen, which is it's only one spell that heals, and it heals depending on the damage you've taken in the last 5 seconds. So it varies on how much of a heal you can get out of that. But Guardian Druids are not a healing sort of tank. They're all about smooth damage. If you give them some big nasty heals, then they're way too overpowered. Alright. Next chat. Alright, so Riptor, the changes that didn't need to happen, like with Brewmaster, goes the same for Survival Hunter. It was so unique compared to Pet Control, the raw damage marksman, or the mobile dot class into a melee. I don't entirely understand that question or that statement. I mean, yeah, like Survival Hunter shouldn't have been melee, honestly. I think having another melee class in this melee heavy like roster of classes that Blizzard has right now in WoW wasn't the right move. But they needed something else because all of the hunter specs just felt the same. And I rarely ever played hunter, like ever. And I still felt like what was the reason for every single hunter having a pet? But then you have beast mastery. But then as beast master, you didn't even have that much crazy control over the pets. It was like, what's the difference? So now they've made it so beast mastery have a lot more to do with their pets, and marksman is a lot more about solo, just like I have good aim sort of thing. And survival, I don't know, survival maybe shouldn't have had a spear and a melee, but definitely should have had more to do with poisons and maybe even stealth, because, you know, put camouflage on a survival hunter and they can go around the woods and stalk their prey, and maybe make them a little bit of a stealth class. And then, you know, you can work out some other stuff with melee and whatever. But yet again, I don't know much about hunters, so I shouldn't really be talking too much on the subject. Daniel Smith, people then listen to them because they're a top 1% rater, so their word will carry a lot of weight, and don't realize they won't be rating to a rate of that standard. Yeah, like the general saying is, if you have to ask what tank is the best or what DPS is the best, then you're not in a situation that it matters. Because, like, yeah, you might want to play a spec that pulls numbers quite easily, and like that's a personal like playstyle choice. But if you're asking which one is the best because you want to play flavor of the month, like, just play a spec that you have the most fun with. Because if you're doing a lot of damage on an enhancement shaman, but your favorite spec to play, like just as a playstyle, is Frost Mage, then just go play Frost Mage, because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're not in a position that you need the extra damage from the spec. Just play whatever. Just play whatever. Alright, so the League Ranter says, I wanted to try Brewmaster for so long, but I got the impression that they sucked, but I'm glad that's not the case. Yeah, like, just community perception. Alright, Mevrim, I highly recommend Alosa TV on Twitch. He plays Brewmaster, and to my eye, he is kind of good at it. Alright, I'll definitely check him out. I'm actually going to alt-tab real quick so I can make a note, because otherwise I'm just going to forget. So, open this up, make a note. Real quick. Alosa TV. Brewmaster Monk. Alright. Back to the chat. Alright, so Kaig says, so what's your point? Well, I've actually been talking for quite a while now, so I'm not sure what the question is relevant to. So if you are still in the chat, then maybe you could re-ask the question and I can get to it. The League Ranter. Oh, okay, makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Ripter, so like you were talking about, Brewmaster got changed for no reason earlier. I was saying the same thing with Hunter, because survival felt way different, at least to me, which now they feel more unique. But they could have made the new playstyle survival a 4th spec, honestly, and kept the dot playstyle. Yeah, like they could have given it the druid treatment, where Feral was technically cat form and bear form, which is melee DPS and tanking, and they split it into a 4th spec. What they could have done is, for Hunter, is just like, alright, we'll have a melee spec, which is highly focused on, maybe you could focus on stealth, or maybe just have it be the current iteration, and then have the range spec, which has to deal with like blowing out poison darts and black arrows and stuff like that. And you can have a different sort of playstyle that way. I don't know if that would have been fair, really, because then you have to think like, oh, now we've got 2 survival specs. Now well, technically we have 2 branches of survival. But then some people might complain like, oh, why is it that as a marksman hunter I have to stay with a bow or a gun, when I could have half a spec be considered around the bow and like actual ranged weaponry, or I could have another half of the spec be a little bit more close range but have to deal with like throwing darts and other things like that, and maybe I come in real quick for like a quick slash with my dagger or something. Like, I don't know, there's always going to be people that complain. But honestly, since I'm not part of the hunter community and I don't really know much about them, I don't have a clear understanding of like what they could have done in the case with Hunter. Oh, Alsoa TV, not Alosa. I definitely changed that. That was my mistake. Alsoa TV, right? Alsoa TV. Yes, I got it right. All right. So Riptor says, wait, I think I already got to that. All right, Riptor, but they could have made. Oh wait, yeah, I already answered all that stuff. All right, I need more stuff in the chat, guys. Keep talking. We got 23 people watching now. 23, 25 people. That's a new record. What's going on, everybody? Just doing world quests and dungeons while talking about whatever. Whatever the chat wants to talk about, I'll talk about. Currently, we've been discussing Brewmaster sort of stuff. We've been talking a little bit about Vengeance. Other classes as well, just as like Blizzard's design philosophy with the game so far. We talked a little bit about lore content. We talked a little bit about PvP, 7.2, 7.1. We talked a lot of different things. If you have any question that I can reasonably answer to my knowledge, I'll definitely do it. You don't have to be shy in the chat.
Losing servants of the dream breaks my heart, but at least they are at peace. For that, I thank you.
What am I in combat with? Oh, one of these flowers. Riptor says, I wonder if the reason a large portion of people in dungeons don't dispel is based on the default UI, because I'm running a Timewalking, and in Ankahet Old Kingdom, the spider's debuff that makes resources cost more really hurts like DK's hunters, demon hunters, and rogues. Oh, we're in a group now. I think we're gonna do, what is it? Neltharian's Lair +2, was it? Let me see. I'll come on Windwalker if you want to tank. Maybe you guys can see me do some DPS. Alright, so it looks like I'm going to be doing a Neltharian's +2 either on Windwalker or Balance Druid. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about it. I'm definitely more comfortable on Windwalker. But I don't know, I'm probably going to pull more damage as Balance. Not sure. Alright, back to the chat. Alright, let's see. Yeah, so the Blizzard default UI is like the worst thing in existence. It's definitely like it's very clean because all of the buttons are very small and at the bottom, and then all of the any other important information is at the top left in the corner. So when people see UIs like mine, where I have these giant health bars in the middle of the screen and I have all this extra stuff everywhere, it's a little daunting and not like the easiest. So maybe, and also some people, humans are creatures of habit. So when you try and change their UI and how they play, it's just weird, and they don't like it. Like how some people have really horrible keybinds, but they like to play that way. Like for instance, my brother has his interrupt on number 6. To me, that's just weird because my interrupt has always been on R. Because first of all, when you say interrupt, it's like interrupt. That goes on R. Also, when I was playing a paladin, the interrupt was called rebuke. That was the spell, and so I just put rebuke on R, and it's always been that. Every single class I play, the interrupt goes on R. The movement speed boost either goes on E or like middle mouse click. That's just how I played. Mounts go on shift mouse button 4. Auto walk is shift mouse button 5. Something like that. Like, just weird things. Alright, back to the chat. I keep forgetting. Alright, let's see. So, with what you'd said about the Demon Hunter, what do you think Blizzard would change, and what changes would you like to see? Well, any of the changes that I would like to see, at least in the immediate future, I kind of put in the tanking wishlist video, although that really only went over like specific talents, because that's what they said that they were talking about. They were talking about talents. And so just like general playstyle as a whole, I would definitely like it to be oh my god, excuse me, a more smooth experience, because I just like smooth tanking. I don't like having this extra layer of things I have to worry about. I have to worry about my health so much, but I also have to worry about all these mechanics and everything. And if I could just play a very steady damage taken sort of class, it's just a lot better in my opinion. It's more comfortable to me. Alrighty. Thanks to you, I've been gearing up my Brewmaster again. I leveled up a Blood DK and Brewmaster at launch and was pushed into making a top tier tank like my new prop heli for my guild. Going to sneak him in this week's for Heroic Emerald Nightmare. Wait, hold on. I leveled up a Blood DK and Brewmaster at launch and was pushed into making a top tier tank like my new prop paladin. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, that's kind of what happened to me. Like, well, I mean, it was more of a conscious decision for me. I wanted to play Guardian Druid, and I wanted to play Vengeance, and I initially wanted to play Vengeance as my main, but I ended up switching to Guardian because it was a better choice for the guild, and also just an overall stronger tank at the time because we had less gear, so Guardians was a lot easier to play with. Alright, so let's see. David Brown, just wondering how to really use Iron Skin Brew. Do I use all 3 charges at once, so when it's up for 20 seconds? Or use 1 charge, then when that's about over, use it again? Okay, so the way you use Iron Skin Brew. 1 second. Neltharion. Right? I forgot what we were doing. Hold on. Neltharion. Right? Okay, so the way you use Iron Skin Brew is there's 2 ways. Initially, if you're running Black Ox Brew, what you can do is at the start of a fight, you use all 3 of your charges. So you use 1 Iron Skin Brew, you start using your rotation, and you keep weaving the other 2 charges into your rotation, right? Then, after you get your Tiger Palms and your Keg Smashes off, and you have that, and you've built up that extra charge from your rotation, you consume that, and then you pop your Black Ox Brew, consume all of those charges. Either you consume all 3, or you can consume 2 of them and leave the last one for a Purify if you want, and then start to play normally with your rotation. Therefore, at the start of a pull, when you tank and you're pulling, you have like 35 to 40 something seconds of Iron Skin Brew. Therefore, for the next half minute, you don't have to worry about reapplying Iron Skin because you know it's going to be there. And therefore, you can purify a lot more often. Although, if you don't need to purify, you could just use another Iron Skin so you don't cap out on charges. But essentially, after you do that initial burst of applying Iron Skin, you can just spend the rest of your brews on purifying and trying to reduce your damage taken that way. It requires a little bit more skill because after that first burst, you have to know better times to use Black Ox Brew. But that just comes with practice. If you're not running Black Ox Brew, what you'll do is at the start of the fight, you can use your Iron Skin Brew. You can use 2 charges. So I assuming if you're not going to use Black Ox Brew, you're going to be using light brewing. So you have 4 charges. You use 2 of them, so you don't have to worry for a little bit. And then you have to play the game. You either purify if you're at red stagger. If you're at red, there's no choice. You have to purify. But also, depending on the content, you might not have to purify on red, because like what I was saying earlier about Mythic Ursoc, it was better to have Iron Skin Brew up for longer than it is to waste a charge on purifying. So it's all just like a feeler game. Like, you have to kind of just know things. Like, intuitively, the longer you play the spec, the more times you go into a fight, the more times you do a dungeon, you're just going to start to feel better when you play, and you're just going to have these decisions that you make that just is like, okay, I have this amount of stagger, but this is about to happen, but I have this many charges, but I have this much duration on my Iron Skin Brew. I'm going to make this decision. And eventually it just becomes second nature. Like, it really does, honestly. Like, I want to have an example for you that I can just think of, but I don't really have a ready example where it's like just intuitively you make decisions. I would say like one thing that I possibly used to do back in Warlords of Draenor is like, I would sit at 2 charges of guard for a very long time, right? Because my health intake was fine. I didn't really have to worry about much because I was just playing right. My healers had me. But if I was using guard a little bit more, then I was able to, 1, not waste any of those charges, right? Because when I need to use guard, I know when I need to use it. There's going to be a big hit happening, or I'm about to take a giant dot that's going to do a lot of damage. I need guard for that, right? But what I could do is just use guard every so often and start to weave it in a little bit more with what I'm already doing to help overall reduce my damage taken even more. You know, I didn't need the extra damage reduction because I was doing perfectly fine, but it would just help a little bit more. And then eventually I got to a point where it's like I'm using guard very regularly and it's just helping out a little bit. Just every little bit more just helps a bit. That probably wasn't the best example, but I mean, that was the first one I could think of. Oh, do I have the right talents for this? Dragon Punch, hit combo. Yeah, I'm good. There we go. Alright, so this is a Neltharian's Lair +2. One of my friends in the guild just got his paladin up to level 110 yesterday, I believe. And he's supposed to be maybe an extra tank for the guild, so I decided to, instead of tank, and he has to do ret, then I decided to just do some damage. It is only a +2, don't have to worry too much about what, like I have like execution, because we should be able to 2-chest it at the very least, you know, without any problems. I should probably eat. What do these guys use? Oh, they want mastery. I don't have mastery food on me, do I? I have a bunch of haste food, and I have a lot of crit food, but I don't have any mastery. Do I have any things to make mastery food? No, I don't even have the dish. Oh, no, I do. But I don't have muskin butter. I don't have anything. I guess I'll just have crit food. Crit food it is. It would definitely be cool to go to Argus. I saw your BlizzCon coverage earlier. Yeah, Argus. Like, I mean, I kind of overhyped it because I'm thinking like, yeah, Argus, a new planet. Like, we've never been to a new planet. But then I forget that Outland was a thing, Draenor was a thing. Like, I don't know. Like, Argus is definitely going to be cool because it's not like content that we've already seen before. Like, we've already known more or less how the orcs have been because we had Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3. We had those stuff. We had that stuff to count on and like source content. But Argus, we haven't really seen much of, if anything at all. So it's all going to be new. It's going to be interesting. And it's going to be very Legion focused. Maybe there's going to be some new races that we see. Like just completely new sort of creatures. Like that'll be pretty cool, in my opinion. I don't really know exactly what I'm doing. I'm just going to do my best. For some reason I'm like lagging a little bit. Like game lag. I don't know what's up. Oh, I just lost my stacks because I used Tiger Palm twice. Tell us about your guild. Did it work out? Yeah, everything's worked out so far. We are 3 out of 7 mythic. We have killed Spider Boss. We have killed Ursoc and Nithendra. So everything is pretty good right now. There have been a little bit of problems in the tanking situation. Not with me, but just with the other tanks right now. So that's a little bit of a problem. But we have enough people that everything is good. Everything's fine and dandy. The only issue that I have right now is for some reason, like, we can't do heroic Trials of Valor. Like, there's just something about that raid that we just are not clicking with. And it's not working out too well. But, like, that's not the focus. The main focus is trying to get Mythic Emerald Nightmare down. And I can't get into these guys to attack them. I'm losing out on so much damage. Sorry if I'm not looking at the chat all the time, because now I'm doing a Mythic Plus, so I can't really look down. But let's see. What would you say is your favorite dungeon in this expansion? I'd probably say mine is Eye of Azshara. Oh my god, Eye of Azshara! Why? No, that's horrible. I'd probably say my favorite dungeon... I really like the theme of Maw of Souls, but I'm kind of getting tired of all the things Hellier related. Oh, I didn't do my opening correctly. Hold up, I'm trying to focus right now. I'm sorry, guys. I forget that I actually take damage as a DPS, so I probably shouldn't move when that thing comes out. Alright, oh, my favorite dungeon, I forgot. Okay, so dungeon. Maw of Souls, I like. I hate Vault of the Wardens. I don't hate Eye of Azshara, I just don't like it. Darkheart Thicket is boring. Blackrock Hold, I don't like. Violet Hold is just complete crap. Court of Stars looks kind of cool, but I've only done it like 2 times, honestly. I'd probably say my favorite dungeon is Neltharion Lair. I just like the pulls in here. I like the mobs. I just like that stuff a lot. Oh god. There's some major game lag for me earlier when I first joined the stream. Yeah, I'm not really sure what that's about. Do I have my artifact ability? No, I think I just used it. That probably would have been a lot better opportunity to cheese out some extra damage. Oh my god, I am dying. Uh-oh. They pulled? Oh, they didn't. Wow. Miraculous. Oh, I didn't put on my Windwalker gear, so I have a crazy amount of haste right now. Damn it. Alright. Should be a little bit better. But we'll see. Maybe not. One thing I definitely don't know how to do Windwalker is when to use Storm, Earth, and Fire. But I never play this spec, so it's like, do I really have to know that? Alrighty. This pull is going to be fun. Oh, I just wasted that, damn it. Oh, I thought leg sweep would count. No, I just lost my stacks. Well. Oh god. Damn it. Decisions, I don't make them that well.
Pay attention, Navarro. I want you to see your heroes die. High Mountain itself rises again. High Mountain will be your tomb.
Oh. Alright boys, getting late here. Good night. Alright, good night, Mevrim. Works fine on 3 targets or single target from what I know. My friend plays it and uses it as a burst cooldown. I wasn't even paying attention to where these things are. Alright, yeah, I just, you know, I'm unfamiliar with the spec, that's why. I just don't know what to do. As for Guardian Druid, do I use Iron Fur with stacks or do I just extend the mitigation when I'm on trash that's auto-attacking me? Well, what you can do is... depends on the amount of damage that you're taking. If it's just like, let's say you're over-geared for a heroic, right? Then you can just extend the duration and use the rage for a lot more mauls. You know, and just have the extra damage. However little the damage is, it's extra. You can use it for that, or you can just use the stacks in order to even further reduce your damage reduction. I mean, increase your damage reduction. Really, Iron Fur is a very easy spell to work with. It's not that hard to grasp on one of the best times. I'm sorry if that wasn't like the greatest answer, but like I'm just having to pay attention with what's going on here. I find it really weird that worgens and goblins can't be monks, yet they can be DKs, which goblins make sense since they were around, but worgens didn't come around until Ganesha after Kata. Yeah, like that whole lore thing is just weird. Although you'd have to think a little bit, like, how could a worgen be a monk? Because just how does that work? They can't really reach their leg all the way around to do a full, like, 360 roundhouse kick, right? Alright, let's see how much damage I can do with this. I got all my cooldowns up. Ooh, 3 million damage, boys. Haha. Oh, but I don't have that stuff for the boss. Oh well. Let's see, what's the rest of the chat saying? Do you have your LVI profile available anywhere? No, I don't have my LVI profile, like, you can just make a simple export string. I know I can do it. The only thing is that when I made the video about how to configure my LVI, somebody had asked that, and I just felt like if I put the LVI link in the description, then it's kind of counterintuitive to the whole video. Like, that's what it felt like to me. I mean, maybe just now it's like whatever, like who cares? But you know, that's something I'll have to figure out. Like right now, what I could definitely say is if you want to figure out exactly how you can set up LVI like I do, then you have to just watch the video. But besides that, like, yeah, I don't really have a great answer for you. Let's see. Have you seen the DK animations for two hands? They do front flips as male worgens. Yeah, I used to play Alliance, you know, like basically since I started playing WoW. It's just the this most recent expansion I switched to Horde. But yeah, like the front flips were really, really cool. It's just like the way that they walk is just annoying. It doesn't look right. Like they just lumber along. It's just weird. I don't know. It's just like a thing. It's like why some people play gnomes. You know, like gnomes are really ugly, but people still play them because they like it. That is not far enough. Actually, you know what that just reminded me of when I read the front flip thing again, is that one of the coolest animations ever, in my opinion, was like playing I never played one, but was if you ever played as a female undead, like as a rogue specifically, like they did so many crazy front flips. Like legit one of the coolest things I've ever seen. Although I would probably never play an undead female just because, like, ew. But yeah, definitely, like, if you were able to play with the old animations, that was probably one of the coolest ones. If you were only, like, worried about how cool something looks, female undead is really, really cool. Why was he running around so much?
The hammer never chose you, Dark.
Alright, let's see. Legendary. Let's see.
And you were found lacking.
Crit haste.
Heroes.
Oh.
With Dark Rule
Oh, no legendary for us.
claimed, the Drogbar are broken.
Alright.
Now begins the long task.
Oh, I didn't get my my new trait for my weapon, didn't I?
High Mountain. The
I have
power of the
62,000.
land
Yeah, I
is
could have got smashed.
broken, and High Mountain has you to thank.
Riptor, yeah, I've been slowly leveling one. They still have it for female undeads. Oh, yeah? Probably like auto attacks, no, right?
I hope when next we meet, it is under more peaceful circumstances.
Back up against the rock for the landslide. Shield of the Righteous for the lava slam. Easy peasy. Blackrook hold +5 raging. Mythic Keystone. Oh my god, Halls of Valor +10? Ooh. That sounds kind of fun. Oh. Timber says LOL no. Your key dead, I'm sorry. Halls of Valor +10 with Raging, Volcanic, and Tyrannical. Oh, Tyrannical. Oh, no way. That's 40% more boss health and 20% more boss damage. Along with Raging. Oh my god, that does sound like just complete bad. Riptor, but I feel like if you're playing a caster, male undead is the way to go if you pick between the two. Yeah, definitely. Male undead. Like, I really wish that they kept some of the old, like, spell... Not spell animations, but like casting animations, because if you ever notice, like, the old undead casting animation, he sits back, you know, he does his little cast, and then when he like flips his hand forward, like he like thrusts it out there like he's punching the air, and like that is when he lets go of the spell. But now it's like he's casting, like he's sitting back and he's casting, and then he just like gradually like swings his arm around, and then the spell comes out. Like, it doesn't feel like he's actually like tossing it and hurling it out there. This is a little thing that I noticed. That's the same thing with female Draenei, is that when they casted their thing, they like punched and like stabbed the air with their hands when they released the spell. But then when they got the new animation changes in Warlords of Draenor, they cast their thing normally, but then when they let go, it's like they gradually like push the air. Like, they push out the spell. They don't like, you know, they don't do that crazy like release that they had. It doesn't feel as great. Like, yeah, it's a bit more fluid, but it doesn't feel as epic. Alright, let's go back to the class hall and get that new trait on our artifact weapon. Let's see. Now they do it on Eviscerate and Envenom, I believe. I think it's any of their finishers, but I've been playing Subtlety. Oh, well, I mean, I don't know anything about Rogue. Like, legit, I don't know anything about Rogue. The only thing I know is they have combo points. But, yeah, so I guess they got it on some of the moves. Alright, and we get smashed. Okay, so Keg Smash has 25-yard range now? 25-yard range. Oh my god, I want to see what that is like. Let's see. I mean, I know it's like pretty far, but the way that Keg Smash was before, 15 yards was already kind of crazy. 25, I can't even imagine. Oh my god, I can throw Keg Smash from all the way out here. What the hell? No, that's just so dumb. Why would I want to throw one out there? Like, why can't I just throw barrels again? Like, why did they remove that for us? Why did they make it so I can't throw barrels? I have to throw my giant 8-second cooldown Keg Smash. Whatever. I really hope that they they give us the barrels again, or I don't know, some way to get AoE aggro. It was cool because for his cast, he also does the metal horns as well. Metal horns? I don't know what that is. I haven't really noticed the difference, but then again, I have been focused on my Alliance characters. Yeah, well, some of the races on Alliance, you would notice it. Like, I think it's, like, what I was saying about female Draenei, like, that was definitely the case. And then also, I don't know if Dwarf has it, too. I think Dwarf is more or less the same with the amount of, with the intensity that they have when they throw out a spell. I think, oh, human, definitely. Human female and human male. More human female than the male, but like if you remember when you're playing the human female, right, back in the old days before they got the update, they're doing their cast, they put their arms like out, you know, one in front, one in back, and then when she would let go of a spell, like Frostbolt for instance, she like would extend her arm and like arch her back like backwards a little bit and like tilt her head, and like she would do that and like stab the air, you know, like think of like, you know, kung fu, like a monk or something, how they would like upward stab the air with their palm like that. Like that's what they would do. They would have their arms out and then all of a sudden just bam, like I'm throwing it, you know, that's what would happen. But now it's like, now the animation is they put their arms out and then they don't even like move their hand, like the spell just kind of like shoots out like, oh, here's my Frostbolt, you know, you were asking for damage, like here it is. It just feels so weak in comparison. I really wish we could like have that old animation back with some of the things. Like it's definitely like just a picky thing in my opinion. Like some races have really cool ones now. It like they look better. Others are just like, why did you like, I like the update, but why did you have to change the intensity? The intensity is the big thing. It doesn't feel like I'm playing a spellcaster because I'm not throwing out this giant spell. Alright, let's see. You know, the metal horns, the two middle fingers down, pinky and index finger pointed out while you're rocking out. Alright, hold on. So the two middle fingers down, pinky and index finger pointed out while you're rocking out. Oh, so the second and the third finger. Oh, that. He does that when he launches his spell? So like when he's doing his when you do slash dance and he does his like air guitar and then he like puts his hand out and he does like the rocking, like I know that, but I didn't know that when he threw the spell out he also has his hands like that. If that's the case, that is really cool. Like that is not something I ever noticed. But then again, it's like it's his fingers. Like how are you going to see his fingers? You'd have to be really zoomed in for that. Alright, so add this artifact power. I should probably really get to doing Suramar because I've got 22 traits. I think if I did Suramar, I'd probably have 2 into staggering around, or maybe 3 even, I'm not sure. I probably would, just because you get so much artifact power. But I think what I'm going to do is, since I have another note coming in one day 5 hours, I'll probably do Suramar then. Actually no, because 1 day 5 hours is technically Monday, right? No. Yeah, Monday at like 9 or 10 p.m. I might be busy this week, I don't know. Like I've got my raids on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, so I'm not really sure if I'm able to do that stuff. Oh, you're welcome. At least he used to. I would need to check it out, but yeah, he did. Okay, well, maybe it's not for certain. But yeah, I should probably really get to doing Suramar because, like I said, there's so much artifact power. Like, I have 48,000 until my next point, whereas my Guardian Druid has like 480,000. Like, geez, man. Also, I noticed not noticed really, but I saw on some of the big WoW players' streams that they're hitting the cap for their artifact power, where they have all the traits, and now they have that extra dragon unlocked, the Paragon one. So now they have either the extra armor, the extra damage done, the extra healing. Like, they really put a lot into that weapon. Suramar got me like 5 traits way into my fire tree, and just from going from before the vineyard to the archway surprised me. Well, yeah, it also depends on the level that you have. First, it depends on the level of artifact knowledge, and then like what rank you are. Like, I'm rank 22. I have 22 traits that I've bought, and I have rank 10, so I'm getting 850% more. Like, if I were to do Suramar now, like, I don't think I'd get 5 traits out of it, just because it's starting to really stack up in terms of how much artifact power I need. But then again, like, I could be wrong. I'm not entirely sure. League Ranter, are Suramar dungeons fun, the ones you unlock, and do they give good gear? Some of the gear that you can get from them is really, really good for some classes. Like, for instance, there's Arcano Crystal, I believe. Let's see. That's in Archway. So let's look at the trinkets. I want to look at trinkets. Where are they? Trinkets. We have Coagulated Nightwell Residue. This is pretty good because it says when you use it, consume all stacks of Nightwell energy to gain a shield for 15 seconds that absorbs 90 whatever K damage per energy consumed. So if you've got 93k times 15, like, that is one hell of a shield. And it gives you mastery, so if you want mastery on your tank, like, you know, that's very good. And then Chrono Shard. Your spells and abilities have a chance to grant you 5,000 haste and 15% movement speed for 10 seconds. This is an extremely good trinket for Vengeance Demon Hunter, because they could really use the haste in raids. For dungeons, it's not that great because you don't really want haste as a Demon Hunter in a dungeon. But it's definitely very, very good. Also, if you happen to get Strand of the Stars, which I believe is a neck piece, you get a 2-set bonus, which says the effect from Chrono Shard now increases your movement speed by 30%, so you move even faster, and grants an additional 1,000 haste. So you're just getting more and more haste. Like, it's very good. I would arguably say it's also a very good trinket for Brewmaster, but like I had mentioned earlier in the stream, haste is very good up to a point. Like, you know, 30% haste is the ideal, but then at the same time, like, you can't really forego crit and mastery. Riptor says, they weren't bad, they were interesting, at least in the first run of both I did, and yeah, the Male Undead still does do the Metal Horns cast. Alright, so they still do the thing with their fingers. Oh yeah, I never actually answered, are they fun? Yes and no. Archway, well, they're going to be fun the first time, because, you know, it's new and you've never been there before. But, Archway, I don't know. Archway, like, the whole environment doesn't look that great. It just kind of feels like a sewer. Like, just, I mean, it is underground, but it just feels like a underground, like, nasty place. Not really that fun to be in. Although Court of Stars looks very nice. Okay, so if you go to the vineyards in Suramar, right, and then you jump down to, like, where that heavy, like, near the area where Suesh is, when you do that world quest, that's kind of the area where the dungeon takes place. It legit is in a part of Suramar City, like, and you could actually explore there if you go to the city. Let me go see if I can find it. It's like right around here. Like, this is the dungeon basically, or actually more or less this is the dungeon, right around here. And so, like, what you do is you start off in, like, in one of these areas. You take a boat, and then you land, like, here, I believe, and then you start making your way up, and then getting to the top, and then when you get over to this section here, this is the last boss. You're fighting him on a platform. So, like, it's pretty cool because they use the environment like a real world environment, but just, it's kind of long. There's a lot of different pulls to make. And remember, if you haven't done it before, then there's a lot of learning to do. Like, maybe you have to taunt these guys, or use your active mitigation on this, or these guys cast a spell. You know, like, there's a lot of different nuances that you have to learn every time that you go. So you just have to keep that in mind. Probably don't try and speedrun or have your first instance be a Mythic Plus, because that was me for Arcway. I went into Arcway the first time and it was a +5, I think. Like, that was not fun. Because I didn't even know what to pull. I didn't know what the mobs did. I should get back into my Windwalker gear. I am ready. Alright, we got no new things in the chat right now. Let's see. Oh, I only have like 3% on my phone battery. Oh no. Yeah, that's how I've been doing the chat. I've actually just had it open on my phone, because I don't have 2 monitors right now, so I can't have the extra set on a different monitor and look at it that way. Which is not the best, but I mean, the phone works fine. It's just now it's running out of battery. And it actually might crash during the middle of this dungeon. So I think if I have some downtime real quick, I'm gonna plug it in. I mean, I plugged it into the computer, but I thought that should be enough. But no. I plugged it in at like 10%, now it's at 3%. I can't see. Okay. Alright. Let's get over here, this bad boy. Why would he pull this to the new pack of ads when he gets into raging? That was a dumb choice. I mean, I see the battery icon has the lightning symbol on it, so it should be charging. It's just maybe, since I plugged it into the computer, it's not enough of like a voltage to actually warrant the charge. I think that's what happened. But yeah, it's on 2% now. I'm gonna have to like plug it in or something. Do I have like that's like a spare battery around? Not a spare battery, like a portable battery. You said you're in the process of unlocking them. Is it worth it? Unlocking what exactly? I forgot. Oh, unlocking the Suramar dungeons. Yeah, I would say it's worth it. Just because it's an extra piece of content to do. Also, you can get some pretty good gear from it. Like I had mentioned. And I was only looking at the trinkets. Like, there's some crazy other things that you can possibly get. Oh my god, that hurt. Wow. I mean, I feel like I'm doing a lot of damage. Like, I'm doing 340k on that fight, which sounds really good, but then I'm looking at this rogue and the enhancement shaman. They're doing 540 and 620 respectively. Like, there's some... I mean, I know that they're crazy geared. Like, they're mythic geared, I know that. And they also play DPS, like, as their main role, so... They definitely know how to play over I do. Just feels a little bad, you know? R.I.P. I gotta release. Not sure what happened there. I know I was next to the snail, but I guess I suspected I was gonna have heals. Let me wait for that cast. I probably shouldn't have burnt Fist of Fury on that. Whatever, we're good. And I'm still in combat with something. They could be more geared in rogues. If they are outlaw, their damage variations are massive. Is he outlaw? I can't see. I think he was outlaw because he was in my old guild. Oh, he's also flasked up. And he has his 375 food. Which, I had food, but I died. I guess we're doing this boss first instead of this snake.
Continue the ritual. I will handle these fools. 4, 3, 2, 1. You wait.
Oh no! I lost my stacks. No. Damn it.
Four, 3, 2, 1.
Oh my god. Nobody ever knows how to blow the thing. Oh my god, everybody, come on.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Am I gonna die? Oh my god, everybody. I'm actually quite amazed that I'm not dead yet, to be honest. The dreaded seagull. Oh, they pulled that seagull. If a rogue rolls a 6 buff for my friend, it was an increase of 150k or something. Yeah, I know. I definitely know that if they get the 6 roll, it's like a completely new game. This seagull is dangerously close to that boss. Oh, standing in the electricity. Bad player. Oh, I just used my Wind Lord. And he's dead. Our tank is dead, everybody. Oh noes. Oh no, boys, we're on 1%. I'm dead though. Alright, quickly gonna get my battery. Alright, boys, we're good. We're good. I got my extra battery. Alright. Should I release now? No. I think they're about to kill this. Yeah, I'm just going to save the time so I don't have to run back. Since I can't use a glider anymore in here, I can't quickly traverse the map. Have I done Karazhan yet? You know, actually, that's one of my most recent regrets, is that, Karazhan's been out for like 3 weeks, 4 weeks already? I've only done 2-3 bosses, because the only time I went in was a Nightbane run. And we failed miserably. I guess I'm just going to release now. Yeah, we failed miserably on that Nightbane run. I think the farthest we got was the spider section. And we just died because I didn't know how much damage those spiders did. So, yeah, I haven't done the entire Karazhan. I don't know if there's like a lot of... upgrades that I could get from there. I really don't know. But I mean, I just wanted to have, I want to have done it by now so that I could at least see the new dungeon, the new content. But I've also just been so busy with the amount of characters I have to keep up, my emissaries, this and that, and also some real life stuff as well. I had this past week was probably the busiest school week I've ever had in my entire life. And so I was like really, really worried about getting all that stuff done. Alright, so what else? What class/race variation would you like to see in the game that doesn't currently exist? I would personally love to see Draenei Druids. Oh my god, Draenei Druids? That does not sound that great. You've got like space goats turning into bears and cats. Bit weird. But I don't know. Like when pandas first came out, I was like in love with them, and you know, my monk is a panda. I have a panda shaman and a panda hunter, although the hunter was definitely a mistake because I was playing that character's alliance. I probably should have made him either what are some good hunter races on alliance? I know male worgen's kind of cool, although they're hard to get a good transmog set for. I'm not sure off the top of my head what a good race would be. I'd probably like a night elf, but I'm not sure. I know dwarf, yes, definitely. Dwarf hunter is definitely what I would play. But different race class combos. I mean, I just wasted Fist of Fury. All right, I think the only race class combo that isn't every race able to play everything, except like obviously the goblins and worgens being monks. I think orcs can't be priests. Goblins can't be druids. I think druid is the most like stingy sort of class, right? Like the least amount of races can play a druid. Like only 4 races can, right? Well, what do I do? I've never played DPS on this fight. Uh-oh. I guess we're just gonna nail this one down since we popped hero.
Beware.
I never really had a good answer. Oh yeah, when I was talking about my pandas, I wanted to be a panda druid, and I just died somehow. All right, I really wanted to be a panda druid, because I thought like a panda bear turning into a bear was really funny. So that was one of them. Let's see. Off the top of my head, only some weird ones I think, like Tauren Rogue, Orc Priest. I don't know, like I don't really have a lot of classes that I care about too much, that I really have race class combos that I really am interested in. Oh no, Demon Hunters. I completely forgot. Like there's a completely new class and I just, wow. Yeah, Demon Hunters are definitely the most stingy. Only 2 races can be one on each faction. I would definitely think it's weird that humans can't be Demon Hunters. But since like it's all just a lore thing, like, you know, Illidan is a night elf and then blood elves were in the mix somehow. Like it makes sense. But just like from an aesthetic perspective, like humans would be the next obvious choice for a demon hunter. But they just weren't around. You know, they weren't around to be trained by Illidan. Although definitely if I were to pick a different race for demon hunter, let me see. On the Horde, let's go one by one because I'm just kind of like thinking of all the specs like right now. So we have on the Horde, definitely not a Tauren. Ew. Orcs, hell no. Goblins, oh god no. What else do we have? Trolls. Trolls. I think. Well, you know, actually, part of this thing that I'm thinking of right now is that like I'm trying to have the most humanoid sort of looking race for a demon hunter. We pulled a snail. I guess I'm fighting the snail on my own. That's actually one thing that I've never really thought of. So I'm being like really just bad right now with my commentary. Oh, he said can't ignore, it's slow. Oh. Oh. Why is he pulling all this extra stuff? Well, I guess we don't have the mob count. That's weird. Oh! Damn it. Alright, back to the chat. Now I have a second to breathe. What eye level do I need to be? Currently I'm 855 for Karazhan. For Karazhan, Karazhan drops 855 loot, doesn't it? Is it even in the book? Return to Karazhan. Yeah, it drops like 855 plus. Like 855 should be perfectly fine. Am I going to get a res? Oh yeah. Thank you. Well, technically Demon Hunters are the most, but yeah, Druids are second. Draenei and Taurens have the least options, I think, on both sides respectively. That sounds about right. For me, I have a female Draenei mage. Okay, hold on. Female... hold on, damn it. I can't read and play at the same time. Oh my god. Damn it. For me, I have a female Draenei mage, shaman, pally, war, and monk. Female human priest, and DK and Locke, female Worgen Hunter, male Worgen Druid and Mage, female Night Elf, Rogue, Demon Hunter, and female Panda Monk. Okay, that is a mouthful. Did I just TC? Oh no, they died. I don't know what happened there. Well, I mean, this guy is like brand new 110 Paladin tank. So it is going to be a little bit difficult. Just because, one, the gear. Two, he has barely any artifact stuff. And just the playstyle might be weird to him as well. Let me go on my Water Strider. Back to that race class combo. Forgot I was answering that question. Well, gnome hunters are a thing now. That's not something that I wanted, but something that is definitely a lot of people were asking. I would not want a Pandaren Warlock. That just sounds all sorts of bad. I would think... Oh, I might pull this lobster. You know, honestly, I think all of the classes that I would want to play, I can already make. So I'm not going to really have like a... ouch. I'm not really going to have like a great answer because like... I don't really need a specific one. Like for you, for instance, you said you wanted a Draenei Druid. Like, if I'm playing on Horde, there is no other option besides Tauren. Absolutely. Like, Troll is such a horrible race in my opinion. Especially the cat and bear forms for Troll just look ugly. So ugly in my opinion. So, definitely no. I mean, Panda Druid maybe, but that's just a big if. Like I said, if I'm on the Horde, Tauren all the way. If I'm on the Alliance for a Druid, male Worgen looks cool. Like I said, it definitely looks cool. But just the way that they walk and their casting irritates me. Alright, I'm gonna go balls deep for this one. How did the green guy die first when usually the blue one is the one that has to die because he spawns these ads? Oh, my watch is beeping. Uh-oh, that might have been quite annoying. You know, I just realized that I've never done these dungeons as a DPS, so if I get a bubble, I don't know what to do. Oh my god, I'm taking so much damage, I don't know how to deal with it. Alrighty. Oh, wow, that hurt. Alright, good. It looks like I'm not going to get a... Oh, nice. Alright, we managed to not have any bubbles for that fight. New record. Okay, let's see. Back to the chat. Okay. I hate the Tauren Druid forms. What? That... How? How do you hate... Oh, well, I mean, okay, that's completely subjective. I shouldn't probably say that, but, like, how? I mean, like, maybe the Boomkin form, because, like, maybe some people like the red color of the Druid better, which I get that, maybe. Alright, I didn't read the rest of the sentence, though. Alright. The Tauren Druid forms, I much prefer the Troll ones. The color variations are really cool to me. Reminds me of when I used to play my Troll Mage until the update that gave them the worst walk animation. Oh, okay. I mean, like, yeah, I definitely understand the color the amount of colors that you can choose from, like, as a troll. It's just the tusks. I can't do the tusks, man. Like, they are so ugly, in my opinion. Oh, DPSing is very hectic. If I was tanking, I'd probably do a lot of this dungeon on autopilot. Wouldn't even matter. Alright, to the boss. Let's do this. Let's go, go, go. Look at that, topping the meters, boys. And I just lost my stacks because I was spamming my button. Well, now I'm at the bottom of the meters, boys. So way to go. Stack up for this, I know that. What do I do with this? I just gotta place it away. Alright, we good, we good. Am I still competitive in DPS? Let's see. Ouch, that hurt. No, I lost my stacks again. I'm a bad player. He's almost dead. Do it, do it. Yeah, Whirling Dragon Punch killed him. I know that. Oh, we only got one chest? Alright, this is legendary though. Nope. Oh, we missed the 2 chests by 9 seconds. If I didn't die to some stupid thing from before, that would have definitely helped. Also, if I was doing more damage, but I'm not a DPS player. Alright, so let's see. Okay, I hate the Tauren Druid forms. I much prefer the Troll ones. The color variations are really cool to me. Reminds me... Oh, I already read that. In-game. Okay, if you get bubble, do what WoW has taught you not to do. Stand in everything. Sometimes I even have to jump onto the big AoE slam, but this probably is a bit overkill if you've taken some damage prior. Okay. Oh yeah, I remember. You gotta like take damage or something for it to pop. Otherwise, if it pops on its own, like that's a wipe. I think that was the one. I like troll druid forms. I mean, I don't know. Troll is a race that should have had a lot better of a model update. Like, yeah, they look really nice. I mean, have you seen Vol'jin? Like, he looks real badass. The only problem is that they walk weird. They got weird casting. They got no shoes on their transmog. That is a big no-no. Alright, let's see. Oh, by the way, guys, I really love my friend's priest. He's a really cool guy. He's a Blood Elf male, I think, so that's a little bit on the offside, but Blood Elf priest, definitely the way to go on the Horde. Although those Tauren priests, you know, one of the least played race class combos, I think like the second least played. but they've got something going too. That war stomp and that extra stamina. All right, so the horns are okay, hold on. The horns are and lack of diverse colors, but I don't. Okay, so the horns on the bear forms, I mean on the tauren forms, and the lack of diverse colors. I mean, you got the black bear, you've got the brown bear, and you've got the slightly less brown, but you don't have a white polar bear. I mean, it looks cool to me. But all right, so they look more like lions than tigers or panthers, which I don't really like lions, though I think the male taurens are badass. Yes, male taurens are extremely badass. And you got to think. All right, so you've got tauren cats that are like tigers, basically, like, because they got the stripes and they got the cool colors, right? Then you've got the night elf cats that are like panthers, you know, like legit, they are panthers, no doubt they are panthers. Then you've got the taurens that are the lions, and then you've got the worgans, which I haven't really seen. I don't remember how the worgen form looks like, but you know, you've got like the 4 big cat families, you know, like those big jungle cats, you know, you've got those types. So every race has their archetype. But then you've got the bears, all right? So you've got the night elf bear, which is just kind of like a general purple bear with like a leaf necklace. And then you've got the worgen bear, which is like a much more like feral sort of bear, like a very rabid, you know, just like like I can't really like explain it that well, but you know, like he's much more aggressive, I guess. Then you've got the tauren bear, which is like nice huggable bear, but it's got some horns on it, you know, so you got to be a little bit careful. And then you've got the troll bear, which is just ugly because it's like you got like purple or orange fur, right? You got orange or like light blue fur. So if you ever wanted to like try and hide and like stalk your prey, how are you going to do that? Because it's like they're going to see you from a mile away. It's like you got this blue fur and it's like sneaky and it doesn't work that right. Same thing with the cats. It's like I'm like a highlighter just hiding in the grass. Don't mind me, I'm about to pounce. Like it just doesn't work right. Plus the tusks are real ugly too, in my opinion. The tusks almost kill it for me. Like legit, just the tusks alone. Maybe if they had like normal tauren sort of fur but had tusks, I probably still wouldn't play them because it just looks ugly. Oh, they were asking me something. All right, hold on. Need a healer, this or that. Good point. We can do the 5 or 6, up to you guys. Want me to try and grab low keys or keep running these? Doesn't matter to me. I prefer 4 or 5. Not sure. Streaming and playing is harder than I thought. Okay, what do you think about the bear form announced at BlizzCon? Boy, the bear form from BlizzCon? Ooh, like, oh damn, I am so hyped about him. I don't know how they're gonna operate though, because like they reminded me of like the Sabermaw cat form back in Warlords of Draenor when they had that talent where they could like, they're like werewolf sort of thing and stand on their hind legs. That was really cool, but is that similar to bear? Is it going to be like the same sort of like model animations but just with this badass bear form? Like, you can't tell me though that by the time 7.2 rolls around and we have that bear form, that Maul is still going to be garbage in terms of damage. Like, we have this giant meaty Hulk fist that we're like punching this dude and mauling them to death, and it's doing 8k damage. It does less damage than auto attacks for 20 rage. Like, why? This is why? But yeah, for real, that new bear form, I really hope it's got nice skins, because the bear form itself is sick. Really cool. The problem though is that it's kind of generic, you know, like you take the normal bear form and then turn him into a Hulk, And there you go. Like, part of the reason why a lot of people like these new bear forms with the artifact weapon is the fact that they're so flashy. You have rock bear. You've got the bear with skeleton armor, which is the one I'm using. You've got the bear with like all the fancy baubles and tattoos. And then you've got the Emerald Nightmare bear with like all these fancy colors. So you've got all these flashy different things. But then you have this kind of just like generic normal fur, but just hulking behemoth of a thing. So that's my only drawback. Like, maybe spice them up a little bit more, but not too much, because, you know, it does look great the way that it is now. I definitely, that's kind of my thoughts on it. I definitely, though, once that comes out, forget trying to get the Brewmaster artifact or the Vengeance artifact. I don't care. I'm going to put almost all my time into trying to do those solo challenges to get that bear form, because I'm probably not going to be the first one on the server with it, because if it's anything like RNG or whatever, I'm definitely not getting it, because I got lucky with the Ursock skin I got on my first try, but I still haven't gotten my Brewmaster skin, and I haven't gotten my Vengeance skin, and I have been doing them since almost day one. So RNG is not in my favor. I got 2 back-to-back screeches for the Feral skin, and it took me 2 weeks to get the last screech. It took me forever. So, alright, what else? Can you revert back to original forms for your druid artifact? Like, I know your bear form changes when you get your artifact, but like the original race forms, can you still use them? Yes, you can use them. It's just you can't necessarily pick your fur color, because what you have to do is you have to go in the auction house and get like glyph of the chameleon, or like bear chameleon, something like that, and apply it to the bear form. So that when you change your quote-unquote color, instead of going from your artifact bear form, you go back to the original bear form. But you just won't be able to pick your color. You'll constantly be changing. Maybe you'll have purple fur, maybe you'll have orange fur. Depends. It's not the best. Like, that's what happened to me. I was so mad because when I first started playing Legion, you know, I got my artifact and I wanted to see my nice new bear form. But then I kept going into old bear form, and I saw other druids being the cool bear form, and I was like, how do you do this? Like, what is not working for me? Something's wrong. And I almost submitted a ticket, but then I saw did a little quick Google search, you know, Google's your friend, and I figured out that glyph of the chameleon was bugging out. Either it was a bug or it's intended, but yeah, the fact that I had it equipped on my bear form wasn't allowing me to use the new bear form. So, I mean, that's the case. You could also try to tank by being a boomkin or a feral or whatever. Go Guardian Affinity and then tank like that. You know, all power to you. That's probably not the most ideal, but you can if you want. Alright, wouldn't the new bear form be nice in like a stone form? Yes and no, because the rock bear looks really, really nice. It looks cool, but it just looks weird. It looks really, really weird in my opinion. Like, that's why I don't use it. When I got it, I was excited and I was using it for a little bit, but then I went back to the normal bear form, and then when Ursock came out, I was lucky enough to get the skin for that, and I've been using that skin from now on. But I'm AFK, oh god. Yeah, like, it would be cool like to have a variant of it. Like, imagine if you had that normal new bear form, and then you have one variant skin of a rock bear, and then you got another one with a skeleton armor, and then you got another one with the Emerald Nightmare bear thing. That would be kind of cool. But then again, like, maybe some people just want like the simple I'm a normal furry dude, like whatever. You know, you gotta appeal to different crowds. New bear form is kick ass, but maybe it's just people want like less flashy, and that's why they left it like that. I wonder if the challenge ones need a high item level or not. I don't know. I have a feeling that what they're going to do is build on the proving grounds, where you have to like get gold or something. And if you end up getting gold or reaching like level 15, like wave 15, then you'll be good and get it. I'm not sure. Like, that's what I'm thinking, because like personal solo challenge, the only thing that I can think of is scenario, you know. And if that's the case, then it's probably not going to be the best. But if it's like a set of quests, They said that it was supposed to be similar to Green Fire for the Warlocks. And if that's the case, then I'm down. You know, I didn't do that quest. I didn't do the Green Fire, so I don't know how hard it is or what it was even about. But I know it had a lot of solo scenario content, and if that's the case, then that's fine. Yeah, it took me a month to get my Screeches. Yeah, it just takes forever. I hate RNG. Like Arms Warrior, they get once a day roll, right? And if the quest pops up in their artifact in their class hall, then they can do the quest. But if they don't complete the quest in that day, then they have to wait for it to roll again, and hopefully they'll have it pop up another day. But like my brother, he plays a warrior, and he wanted to get that thing, and he has the quest. He got the quest, but he couldn't kill the dude that you have to get the quest, that you have to get the artifact from. Like the last part of that quest line, he couldn't kill the guy. He tried in Fury, he tried in Prot, he tried in Arms, he flasked up, he ate food, he used a potion, he still couldn't do it. Now maybe he's just bad, or he wasn't doing something right, but yeah, he almost didn't get the Arms hidden skin because he just couldn't kill the guy. The only bad thing about the Green Fire is simply grinding for the dumb item to start it. Yeah, I heard a lot of people. There's still a lot of bots over in Thundering Isle that just go and run around and kill rares, and they don't even have a class that can use the thing. So it's like you have warriors like botting around just killing rares over there for I don't know what reason, but like you can only get the book now, I think, from rares. You can't just kill random mobs, or maybe it was always like that, I'm not sure. But yeah, it's just a pain in the ass. Oh, how many traits do you have in your Windwalker weapon? I have priority over stream peeps. Ha ha ha. Let's see. Windwalker weapon? I don't even know. Windwalker, I've got 14 traits. You can see here on the stream. I think the plan right now is to go this way and grab this for single target. Then, what does this do? Yeah, you go around, grab this for single target, and if you end up doing a lot more dungeons, you go up here and grab this trait. You go this way and grab this one, and then you can go grab this last golden dragon here, because this acts like Colossus Smash. But I also have seen a way to go is go all the way around up to here to get this trait, and then just skip back down this way, and then flip over here and grab those. So you just like do a big circle, and then you grab these last traits. I don't remember the order for this, but I think I don't remember which one you grab last. Not sure. I would assume the Transcendence Heal is last, because it's not a damage increase. Yeah, that looks like it. Okay, I spent all night farming in Mr. Pandaria. The guy I met got one, then needed it on the second one. We only farmed rares. The guy I met got one, and then needed on the second one. So he took 2 books? Really? Wow. That's rude. So you never got it? You never got that artifact skin? Oh, so like I was talking about traits earlier, where some people were like really pushing close to getting their last dragon or whatever so that they could unlock that Paragon trait. This guy, Timbermoz, in my group here, the healer, is so close. He says he's so close to getting his 33rd point. 33 points. He needs 40k more artifact power. And then I believe, what, is it 33 points or 34 points until you can get the Paragon trait? I'm not sure. Oh, good. He ended up trading it too. Man, I would have been pissed off too. Like, those things are so hard to come by, right? Like, and to have 2, like, can they even be sold on the auction house? I think they can be. So maybe that's what he wanted it for. Like I remember me and my friends way long ago, back when Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 came out. What was I saying? Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, yeah. It came out in November like it always does, and we had a birthday party of a friend in our football team in January. And so we went in January to this football party, whatever, and it was at Dave & Buster's. And so what we did is we saw that the prize for like 20,000 tickets or something was to get, you get 20,000 tickets and you can spend it on buying Modern Warfare 2. I was like, what? No way. Like, they have that whole game on sale right now just for 20,000 tickets. And I was like, damn, okay. So me, my brother, my little brother, my 2 other friends, and a third guy that we just met that day all worked together to try and, like, accumulate our tickets so that we can buy this game. Because all those other guys had it, but me and my brothers didn't. And we really wanted to play it. But we couldn't buy the game because we didn't have any money. So we wanted to get it with the tickets. And we finally got enough tickets ready to go. And then when we went to go buy it, somebody else had bought it already. And I was like, no. We were devastated. Completely devastated. And turns out the guy who bought it was it was his party. You know, like, it was his birthday party and he went and bought the game. But he already had the game. He already had the game, but he bought it anyway. And then we were trying to figure out, like, why would he spend all this time to get Modern Warfare 2 when we didn't have it and we did the same thing. Like, we were trying to get it. And he's like, oh, because I can get the game for free here and then turn it into GameStop for like $20. So I essentially got $20 for free. And then, like, how rude is that? Like, we could just trade you our 20,000 tickets. You can get something else. But no, he was an asshole. But luckily, my friends had $20 on them and just offered to pay it. And so, yeah, we spent all that time getting tickets and all that, and then we just ended up having to buy it anyway. It kind of sucks. If only he didn't incapacitating totem right away, maybe I could actually have done some damage. As Windwalker, I never know when is the right time to use spinning crane kick, because it's like every time I want to do it, another thing comes off cooldown that is higher priority. Or I just don't have enough energy to do it at when I want to. So like now there's only 2 ads up, so it's not worth using it. It's annoying a bit. 'Tis the life of a DPS. Not fun. Sometimes. Sometimes fun. Alright, bring them closer. There you go, I could AoE them all down. Oh my god, what is this damage? Ouch! My favorite thing about Whirling Dragon Punch is that it's completely free. You just have to have the cooldowns correct. Alright, let's go so I don't lose my stacks. Here we go. Oh god damn it! No, no, no! I'm so bad. I lost my stacks too. Man, that was a complete fail. Oh, I gotta do DPS over here. I forgot. I'm sorry I can't read chat, guys. I'm trying to pay attention and not be a bad DPS player. I'm like 6 or 7 traits away from unlocking that on my Fire Mage. Yeah, I'm like rank 28 on my Druid right now, which is my highest progressed. And it's like 480,000 artifact power to upgrade, right? Like, that is so much artifact power. And these guys are on like rank 33. That's 5 more traits. Like, it doesn't sound like a lot. It's only 5. But then you think it's like, after 400,000, it's like 600,000 or 700. And then after that, it's like 900,000. We're entering the millions. It's not good. I mean, they also do a billion more Mythic Pluses every day than I do. Because they only have 1 character, so they just run them all the time. Keg confirmed pimp. Real life interaction has proved. Yep. Alright, stun these guys so that they don't do their nasty dot. See, I know how tanks work. Look at that. Pro player. No dots on me. Oh, I got 1 dot. I loved Modern Warfare 2, played that so much. I think I had like 36 days played and legitly got 10 prestige. Yeah, Modern Warfare 2 is definitely like one of my favorite games of all time. But I don't know if that's because like that kind of broke me into the whole shooter genre. Like the last thing that I had played that was shooter was Half-Life 2 because I had the orange box. But even then, like, that's so minimal compared to Call of Duty. You have to, like, technically, you know, back in the day, you know, I was like 12 years old. So, yeah. Oh, God, no. That was not fun. That is not the priority target, folks. Hey guys, I got off a spinning crane kick. Alright, goal achieved. I did it. Yeah, like I really loved playing Modern Warfare 2. Like that was, like I was saying, one of my favorite games ever. And also, honestly, my favorite Call of Duty ever. Not my best Call of Duty. I definitely... Black Ops 2 was my prime. I hit Master Prestige in less than a month. Like, by the time, like, Christmas came around, I was already done with the game. Because I had finished it. Like, legit, I knew all the secrets, everything. Like, I was a pro player. But for real, Modern Warfare 2 will always have a place in my heart. And then after Modern Warfare 2, it'll probably be... In terms of memories, like memories of like when I was playing the game, definitely Black Ops 1. Just because like of all the custom games me and my friends would play. But... Oh god. Like, yeah, just so much fun. I haven't tried the new remastered yet. The Call of Duty 4 remaster. I played Call of Duty 4 like one time. Like, not one time, but like I played it once before. It wasn't that bad, but compared to Modern Warfare 2, definitely not my cup of coffee. Modern Warfare 2 all day. Alright, oh god, that was a bad idea. Okay. We're good, we're good. Oh yeah, 1 million damage. Getting it in. Oh, I got another spinning crane kickoff. I did it. Oh, oh, oh. That's a lot of damage. Oh, hold on.
You cannot escape. The hunt is eternal.
Did I pull the boss?
Beware.
I pulled the boss. I didn't want to lose my stack, so I just pressed tab and used Chi Wave, and it just went on to that one instead. It actually pulled the boss. But why did it pull the boss though? We weren't even near her room technically. We had to go all the way up the stairs. She shouldn't have been targetable from down there. Alright, but there's two things that went wrong. One, I could have used spinning crank. I mean, not spinning crank kick. Flying serpent kick to reset my stacks instead of using Chi Wave. That could have saved it. Also, tab is still broken. Blizzard hasn't fixed it correctly, so that's what we have there. And then also, I could have just not done anything and been doing less damage. But whatever. I pulled the damn boss. I might as well get a food buff. I tend to let Storm, Earth, and Fire get me 5 stacks and just use it when I can, but no clue if that's right. See, I have no clue. Does Storm, Earth, and Fire give you stacks? I don't know what to do. I'd prefer rather just have the old Storm, Earth, and Fire and give me Serenity and I'll be fine. That's what I wanted. Oh, see, that would have been a perfect time to use Storm, Earth, and Fire. Because I've got all this adds, and I just used my artifact ability. I used my Fist of Fury. Would have been a perfect time. But I'm a bad player.
Beware.
And I just reset my stacks again. I'm done.
Beware.
The artifact problem also is part of the reason in some aspects having so many alts is a benefit. I don't have to focus so much artifact power to play a different spec because one character can have all the artifact power put into it. Yeah, I guess, but then you gotta think like your progression in terms of gear, like you can't just easily you can't easily just flip from one spec necessarily all the time to the other, because like if you are completely decked out on one of your monks for Brewmaster, right? But then on your other monks you want to do Windwalker, like haste is the worst stat for Windwalkers, so you don't want to have any of it. But your tanking gear will have at least some. And then also, like on one character you only have to worry about one artifact note. You only have to worry about garrison resources on one character, so you can maintain your artifact notes. I mean, it definitely has its benefits in terms of the artifact power, but I don't know. I think there's too many cons, especially in this expansion because it's just so alt unfriendly.
You cannot escape. The hunt is eternal.
Jesus.
You cannot escape. You cannot escape. Gods, hold them off.
Oh, we almost killed her before she went in the air. That would have been cool. Hey, yo, glad I made it again to your stream. Hey, what's up, Roar? Yeah, I've been streaming for quite a while now. I don't even know when I started. Did I start at like 12? It's 6 o'clock now. I've been playing for a long time. Alright, how do we deal with this room? Oh, is he a female Tauren? Ew, what the hell? Oh, I almost hit 1,000,000 damage again, boys. Aw, if these other guys had come in earlier, I would have definitely had it. Damn. Oh god, I'm being blown all over the place. I can't correctly use my Fists of Fury. Alright, we gotta get a safe space. Uh-oh, we pulled extra guys. Why am I getting knocked around? Oh, that guy. That's why. Man, I can't keep up with the chat. Oh no. Gotta pay too much attention. Oh, I got a free dragon punch. Haha. Oh, that was the wrong idea. I should have used Fist of Fury before. Especially the hectic nature of melee DPS, like trying to play melee DPS as my first like run through with actually having to focus hard. Probably not the smartest idea. And we keep pulling extra shit. Oh my god. Oh, the tank died. Well. Modern Warfare 2 was my best and favorite. Never got to play Black Ops 2 or 3 that much, though they seemed fun. Quake, Unreal, Halo, and Gears of War broke me into shooters. Then Team Fortress 2. Yeah, my parents were real stingy on, like, rated M games. Like, my dad had the original Xbox, right? And it came with Halo 2. I mean, like, he didn't get it day one, so that's why it came out with Halo 2. But, so it came with Halo 2, and for like 3 years or 4 years, it just sat in the plastic. Just sat in the plastic. Like, he would just not let us play it. Oh god. Tank died. And all these ads. Ads more like beds. Well. I don't know what to do here. I'm probably dead. Yep. Alright, yeah, I played a lot of Black Ops 2. I played more Black Ops 2 than I did Black Ops 1. I probably played like a couple hours of Black Ops 3. I hate the wall climbing and the movement. I don't think it belongs in Call of Duty. I love it in Titanfall. But I don't think it belongs in Call of Duty at all. That's why I don't like it. LOL, I used to use my hunter to pull the mobs on spires of rock above the big bird boss to remove the wind run after it. Spires of rock, I'm trying to remember. I mean, I remember spires of rock, but the wind run? I don't remember. How is our tank dying so much? Okay, let's see. Letting Storm, Earth, and Fire get you stacks, it's somehow they build up a lot. I also forgot to say I would do it on 3 mobs or more usually. Yeah, I always forget, like, it's only a 1.5 minute recharge, and like I use... Oh, damn, I used my thing on the wrong guy. Like, I use Rage of the Sleeper all the time as a DPS cooldown. All the time. And it just feels comfortable at 1.5 minutes. So, the only thing is, I'm not comfortable playing this spec. So, 1.5 minutes feels like an eternity. And I've got 2 charges of the damn thing. It should be real easy. I don't know. Let's see. Oh yeah, talking about the shooters that broke me into... like, Halo 2 was just sitting in the plastic. Like, we never got to play it. And, like, I still don't know the reason for that, because by the time that I got to play shooters, like, my brothers and sister... Like, my sister, who was, like, 8 years old, was able to play if she wanted to. Like, I was always the guinea pig, unfortunately, with anything. I wasn't able to chew gum till, like, age 15, guys. Like, legit. Don't hit the bats, just run to 2 guys. Okay, I could do that. Why did he do that? Oh my god. I thought we were not supposed to kill anybody. Ah, 2.4 million DPS. Haha, I did it. Ooh. What? How did I just die like that? I just got blown up. Alright, let's see. Yeah, Storm, Earth, and Fire builds you stacks because technically when they go attack other mobs, it acts as like, okay, so every time that you get a stack, you use jab on 1 guy, right? 1 jab counts as 1 stack. But if you got 2 other people, 2 clones doing jab also, then it counts as 3 stacks because you technically hit jab 3 times. That's why you get stacks from it. It's not something that I intuitively think of just because I'm not used to it. But yeah, that's what happens there. I trained myself to only play with Serenity. Once you get used to it, it is stronger in my opinion. Yeah, Serenity is definitely the stronger option if you can play it well. The only problem is it's like impossible to play well, like just on a brand new player. Like, it's really, really tough. And our tank died again. Yay. So that's why I'm not running with it. I like Serenity a lot because I think it feels really... Oh my god, no, the bats are coming after me. I guess we're going into the bottom of the stairs. I'll just hang around here. Okay, let's see. Hello, sorry to ask a stupid question. Have you ever streamed on Twitch? And if you have, which do you prefer to stream on, Twitch or YouTube? Well, okay, so what happened is when I first started to set up my stream, like this is the 2nd time I've successfully streamed, right? But when I was first trying to set up like different settings and all that, YouTube for some reason wasn't like doing it for me. Like it would look fine, the quality of everything, the audio was fine, but for some reason the game would just freeze and I wouldn't get any more like just no video feed would come. Like the whole game was frozen and I don't know why. But when I went on Twitch and tried those same settings but just on Twitch, it worked fine. Like everything worked fine. Like I could have just been streaming on Twitch. The only problem is the reason why I haven't streamed on Twitch is because I have a relatively small YouTube channel, especially in the gaming scene, you know, like around 700, I think. I have like 665 or something last time I checked. Like, that's pretty big, you know. That's pretty big. That's a lot of people. But relatively, in terms of who's going to watch a streamer, you would need a bigger audience. You know, I've got like what I just said, 660 something people, but I only have like 20 people watching right now, you know. So I decided that instead of trying to like technically rebuild an audience on Twitch, like, yeah, I could just say for people to be like, oh yeah, check me out on Twitch, I stream on there every now and then. Instead of saying that to my YouTube audience, I just decided to keep it all home base and just keep everything on YouTube for now. If I ever end up to decide streaming more, like as a more regular thing, like right now it's just like if I feel like it, I'll just turn it on. But if I decide to actually stream like more often, like as part of my online sort of thing, then maybe I'll go to Twitch. It depends. But also it's like, why would I go to Twitch if nobody's going to go watch it? If they can just turn on YouTube and they expect something from me on YouTube, then I'll just do that. So far, like, trying to set up the stream, besides that one time in the beginning, like what I was saying, I haven't had any problems. I just tried one different setting here, and now YouTube is working perfectly fine for me. And right now, it's just like an extra thing. So instead of like playing by myself and then making a video eventually and then uploading that, I can just stream now and get some content out for people to watch that way, if they're interested. Like now I've got like people coming in and out of the stream, but like this can easily get just like the 600 views or whatever that my channel has. But then you'd have to think, like, do people want to watch a 4-hour stream? Because on YouTube there's a DVR where like you can record your stream and it automatically uploads the last 4 hours of the footage. But on Twitch, I think it saves the whole stream, but like for only a couple days or something. I don't remember exactly. You can't rewind though. Like right now, if you wanted to go back an hour and just see what I was doing back then, you could see that and listen to everything. But on Twitch, you have to watch it live, and then after it's done broadcasting, you can play it back. So right now, since it's more or less just a hobby and kind of like a side thing that I'm doing to the whole YouTube, that's the reason why I'm streaming on YouTube Gaming instead of Twitch, if you wanted more or less a short answer. There's no real preference yet because I don't really watch streams, so it's not like I cared for Twitch or cared for YouTube Gaming. I just decided to keep it all home base, so people don't have to like find me again or insert a different web link in order to watch me stream. I definitely know that Twitch has the larger support for streaming, but like whatever. I'm not a streamer, I'm a YouTuber. Alright, back to the chat. Sup dude, you planning to play some BM this stream? Want to learn some new tips on tanking dungeons? I was playing a lot of Brewmaster earlier, mostly just world quests, but I was playing Brewmaster earlier. The only reason why I'm playing Windwalker right now is because the Paladin tank that's here, he just got his Paladin to 110, like, yesterday, I think. And he is a potential candidate for tank in my guild right now. Like, maybe, since we lost our last prop Paladin, he might have to sub in every now and then if we want him for, like, Mythic Spider Boss cheese. So like right now he's just trying to like get the ropes on how to play the class. So I opted in to play DPS because him playing Ret on a fresh 110, no artifact power in his weapon, no experience either because he leveled as Ret. It's like, you know, that's kind of a little bit unfair. If I know how to play Windwalker and I've got some points into it, I might as well do that instead. So that's why I'm not playing Brewmaster right now. But yeah, definitely like either after this or I don't know, whenever else, I'll definitely be playing Brewmaster. But I do have to keep up a little bit with my Demon Hunter and my Druid. I haven't done any of the emissaries or world quests today on those guys. Oh my god. Oh wait, this is oh yeah, this is a +4 with raging. Okay, that's why. I was wondering, like, our tank is dying so much. Does he not know how to play paladin? Is it lack of gear? What is it? But no, it's raging. Now that's part of me being a bad DPS. I'm not supposed to cleave everything down to 20 or 30% whenever this triggers. Yeah, 30%. Now they do twice as much damage. Yeah, I was just AoEing everything because, like, it's easy to do that as Windwalker, but I should definitely have been doing more single target. The Night Elf death scream never gets old. Yep, you're right. It is always cool. Oh, don't pull. I'm eating, please. Alrighty, let's see. Alright, I'm ready to go. Oh my god, wow. We missed the +2 chest.
You shall never have our world.
Well, yeah, we're definitely gonna miss if we start to kill this boss.
Beware.
Ouch.
Beware. Enough. I'm tired of this. Ravencrest. You worthless husk.
Oh god, I got hit by the glaive.
Not been kind.
Let's do this. Okay, I can't pop my cooldowns yet. I know that. Gotta wait till the big burst.
My ancestors. Ilisana.
Wait, well, we're gonna hero after he does this thing.
Heroes. You must defeat him. You expect these worthless mortals to defy the Legion? Souls of my ancestors, to me!
Oh, I lost my stacks. No.
Champions.
Uh-oh. Are we good? We good. Damn it. And our priest almost died. No, I lost my stacks again. Damn it, I forgot. Oh well. Let's do this. Bam! Haha! 427k. Alright, legendary though. Nope. Crit haste. What is this? 850 crit haste? I just got this, didn't I? Band of Callous Dominance. Yeah, but he got it 5 item levels higher. No, he didn't. Yeah. Alright, back to the stream chat. Thanks for that. I've tried Twitch, but feel that YouTube could be a way forward for me like yourself. I'm really small, but I enjoy making the videos a bit more than streaming them. Yeah, like, just, I mean, YouTube is an easy way to just, I mean, I don't know, if you already got your YouTube channel, and that's where you started off, I think, like, if you were to just say, oh, I'm gonna go do some streaming on Twitch, like, it just feels weird to have to send your small audience over there. It's like, why? You know, I got 23 people watching right now, you know. It's not like it's a giant thing, so. Yeah, honestly, I think if you're just starting, I mean, you know, I'm not an expert. I've only been doing this for a couple months, but if you're just starting out, I would suggest just do YouTube gaming if you like the streaming. And then if you get a big enough audience, maybe you could switch over to Twitch. But then at that point, if it's a big enough audience, you might want to just consider, like, what is it? Because now people know that you're going to be on YouTube gaming instead of Twitch. And then, like, I don't know, it depends. Maybe Twitch has better pros, like you can get more money from it, like if you get subscribers. You can play those little clips or something, Twitch alerts. Maybe that's what you want. I don't know. I mean, I'm not into it yet that much, and I don't care so much about that. So like right now, it's just an extra thing. Just got here. You might have been asked this, but wanted to ask you about stat priority for Guardian. I noticed in your guide video you have mastery over versatility, which is better / why in your opinion? I'm pretty sure in the in-depth guide, I might have said it different in the quick and dirty, but on the in-depth guide, I'm almost 1,000% sure that I put versatility over mastery. But I think I put like, yeah, versatility was definitely over mastery. The reason why I put versatility over mastery is because with versatility, you're going to reduce your damage taken, right? And that works. I mean, it's kind of hard because really, like in the math terms, versatility is only slightly, like just very, very slightly better than mastery. But what mastery does is it increases your health pool and increases how much how much healing you receive, right? Versatility is going to reduce how much damage you take, right? My philosophy is that yeah, you have the higher health pool, right? Which is great. But then when the second part of mastery is that you're getting extra healing received, right? If you can reduce the damage taken before you need that healing, in my opinion, it's better. Also, it's a more flat stat, and it just helps overall tanking. You know, just not even tanking, but just overall playing the game. You know, versatility is just literally an increase to your character power. Not indirectly, whereas if you crit more, you do more damage. Or if you have more haste, you could fit in more attacks. No, just straight up versatility is like a character increase. Versatility, you can also think of as like agility. You know, if you have more agility, you're more powerful, you do more healing, you do more damage, all sorts of things like that. You don't reduce damage taken with agility, but I mean, it's in the same vein. But if you have to choose between a piece of gear that has versatility or mastery, look at the secondary stat. If it has haste, then you go for what's the item level upgrade. If you have versatility haste and mastery haste, but the mastery haste is 10 item levels higher, then go for that one. I've had a better response on the YouTube streaming I've done. Only done 4 streams on YouTube. They were just tests. Done 4 months on Twitch, but feel Twitch aimed at the higher viewed streamer. Yeah, absolutely. Twitch says it's got like 40,000 people watching World of Warcraft, but then you look and like Soda Poppin has 30,000 of those streamers, of those viewers. Then Towley has the other 5,000, and then you've got somebody like Bajira with 3,000, and then Asmongold with the other 2,000. So then the rest of the people streaming is like 27 people watching, 147 people watching. It's like, really, what's the point there? YouTube gaming, I haven't really explored that much with like the app of YouTube gaming and like the website as a whole, but like definitely you can find like different crazier streams, like just, or smaller ones too. Like it's just what you're interested in, and Google works that because, you know, it's got its algorithms, it's got its like what you've been recently watching. Twitch doesn't have that recommended sort of thing. YouTube, if you watch anything on YouTube, it'll recommend that stuff in the YouTube gaming section. Therefore, you can find some more exposure here. Does anybody know how to hide the stupid buggy loot banner? Freaks me out every time. Must be an add-on or a script. I don't know. I don't know if you're talking about like the U1 and then it gives you like artifact power or something. If you're talking about that, I don't know how to do it. It doesn't bother me. I wish you well for the future, and I've also subscribed. Thanks for being helpful. No problem, Chunky. No problem. So what to do now? All right, so we can do some Brewmaster tanking. There is a satchel available. Or we can go to the Vengeance Demon Hunter, do some world quests on that, because I was doing those and then I got called to do some Mythic Pluses. Or I could do some stuff on my Guardian Druid. What to do? Actually, I'm going to take a tiny break, like 5-minute break real quick, Just gonna get some water, go to the bathroom, quickly get something to eat. So I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Maybe you guys will still be watching, but yeah, I'll be back real quick. So yeah, all right, I'm going now. Okay, boys, we're back. We're back in black. In your opinion, which class is the strongest tank? Could be situational, but overall. Hands down, I think the strongest tank for overall tanking whatever, Guardian Druid. Guardian Druid for sure. They have insane physical damage reduction. They have really, really consistent magical damage reduction. They have arguably some pretty good AoE. I mean, not AoE, mobility. If you spec into Wild Charge. And also, if you don't need to use Guttural Roars for the raid, then you can just use it for yourself and be fine. What else? They got a bunch of cooldowns. They have 2 cooldowns of Survival Instincts, 2 charges, which is 50% damage reduction. You've got your Artifact ability, which increases your damage, gives you Leech damage reduction. You've got Bark Skin. And also, if you just happen to take a gigantic hit, Frenzied Regen heals a ton. So definitely my pick is the Guardian Druid. Plus you get a badass bear. So what's not to like? Oh, hold on. All right, now we're back. Okay, so this guy says to play the Brewmaster, you got 2k gold from dungeon bags. Huh, really worth it. Oh, from the satchels. Yeah, I guess so. Luke Steele, yay. Woo. I guess you guys are talking that I'm back. All right. So what to do? All right, I'm gonna let the chat decide what I play. Do we tank some stuff on the Brewmaster? Do we go and play some Vengeance, or do we go and dabble a bit with our Guardian Druid? On our Vengeance and Guardian Druid, I got to do some world quests and got to do like the daily heroic. Maybe some Suramar, not sure. But you guys decide. You got 20 something people now, but only like 4 or 5 people are active in the chat. So let's see what you guys want to see. And I'll play whatever you guys want. But no PvP. I'm just going to be eating my food. All right, so let's see. Anybody talk? Let's see. All right, so we got One guy asking about my favorite snack. Favorite snack. I'm guessing in the general sense, it would probably be something like just chips. But like specific chips? I guess this doesn't count as a chip, more like a cracker. But Cheez-Its, those are fire. Especially the extra toasty ones. Those are the best. They just crumble a lot better. In my opinion, I like those a lot more. So it's not like, it's not a, where you get like all that extra like cheesy whatever like in the back of your teeth, you know, like those, that's nasty. The extra toasty ones, they like crumble up a lot more like a, you know, the crumbs. There you go. It's just easier to chew it and get it down. Now we got one Brewmaster. We got two Brewmasters. We got one Vengeance, Guardian Druid or Brewmaster. Let's see. Got another Guardian. Another guy's asking Monster or Mountain Dew. You know, honestly, between Monster and Mountain Dew, I don't really like either of them. I think I've only ever had one full can of Monster. Like, I've only ever had one. And that was because I just never had it around me. Like, I never had it in the house. Never did anything like that. I think I had it one time, like, in summer camp. But, what he did is, like, they made a snow cone, but out of Monster. So they put Monster in the snow cone and then had like, food coloring. Like, that's the most Monster I've ever had. I've had definitely more Mountain Dew, but I don't really like either of them. Ripter says, up to you. I'm mainly listening myself. Been grinding these Timewalking, hoping for the mount and saving the points for the Burning Crusade mount and maybe a Pandaria Timewalking one if they make it live. Another guy wants Brewmaster. Just started playing my own. Haven't touched it since Pandaria, and it's interesting to see the changes. Alright, so we're in a bit of a predicament. A lot more people want me to play Brewmaster. But besides spamming heroics or doing mythics, I probably should do Timewalking on my Demon Hunter or my Druid. Because I know it's Sunday already. Whoops. I know it's Sunday already. And this Timewalking ends on Tuesday. So what to do? We got two people for Vengeance, I think. Yeah, two people say Vengeance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people say Brewmaster. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I know, that's just 2. So 2 people say Guardian. So it looks like Brewmaster wins. Actually, 5 people said Brewmaster. Yeah. Alright. So now that we got that out of the way, are we going to... Now you guys vote what I do, alright? We could do normal mythics. We can try and get some low-level mythic plus. Or just do some heroics. Or do some Suramar, because I haven't done anything on it. Problem is, though, if you guys vote Mythic Plus, there's not going to be much interaction with the chat, because I got to focus. Now let's see. Oh no, my chat is frozen. What's going on? Or maybe nobody's typed. Now we'll figure this out. So it looks like it's going to be Brewmaster, but you guys got to tell me what you want me to play. Alright, Riptor, nice seeing you. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Actually, you were here for a long time. Yeah, thanks for sticking around since, like, the beginning. So we got 2 votes for Mythic Plus. I think we'll give this just a couple more minutes. Just a couple more, like 2 or 3. Maybe more people will want stuff in the chat. In the meantime, we're going to fix my transmog. I'm kind of tired of the shadow pan. I forgot to go back to Brewmaster. Oh, but if I stop using the Shadow Pan transmog, then I can't use the Shadow Pan mount. Decisions. You know, I logged in either earlier today or earlier this week, and this same guy, Archmage, Arctic Frost, Troll Fire Mage, same transmog and everything, standing in this exact spot. I don't know, just something I noticed. No problem, was fun. Usually I'm just on to random videos and music. Usually don't join in streams, because most are too busy to really converse with you unless you get lucky, so it was a pleasure. Yeah, you know, not many people watching, not many people conversing in the chat, so yeah, anytime somebody types something, I usually answer it. But yeah, anyway, have a good night, dude. So we got 4 Mythic Pluses. Alright, so nobody else is interested in anything in terms of heroics or Suramar or whatever. So let's see. Alright. We've got the challenge set. Alright, we need some help deciding. We've got the challenge set. We've got the Shadow Pan. Siege of Orgrimmar normal. Now we have to change our hair for that one too. Got Siege of Orgrimmar heroic. Don't have the shoulders, unfortunately. Big bummer. We got Throne of Thunder normal. Although I have this green helmet when I should have the blue one, so it's not complete. But we got most of it. Got HFC normal. Do I have a better staff for this? That? No. This? No. I'm sad there wasn't an orange one. Or maybe there was. I just never got it. I think it was on heroic. I just never got the weapon to drop. Alright. Heroic. Water flowing. Moshan. These are incomplete sets. Man. Transmog Master. This was my default. Yeah, like I named it default. This was my go-to transmog for the entirety. I'm literally telling you guys, the entirety of Warlords of Draenor that I was playing. The entire one. I mean, it took a little bit for me to get the chest piece and the helmet because I was from HFC. But yes, this was my favorite set for the entire expansion. I never changed it. And it got the famous Hell Screams pig sticker. The class hall, but I don't have it complete because I don't have the shoulders. One person says to use a green transmog. Why use green? I got like one green transmog, I think. I got this one, which is whatever. I got the heroic set, which is... Ooh. Alright, we'll rock the green set. Okay. Now we need a green mount. So, Infernal Direwolf. That looks too crazy for... I mean, it works, actually. It works for this green set. But what else do we got? We got Death Tusk Fellbore. Warsong Direfang. I think this will work better. Not entirely. Got anything else? Dreadwing. No. Raptor. Ew. Hippogriff. I think I might have to roll with the Infernal Direwolf. It's looking to be the best one. Alright, yep, we're going with the Infernal Direwolf. Not the best option, but it does the job. Okay, so Mythic Pluses, right? I was struggling with my Brewmaster today on Mythic Plus. Would love to see how you do it so the team won't flame me. Haha. Is there a cool monk Raiden from Mortal Kombat Transmog? I am 1000% sure there is a cool monk one. But I think that it would work best on a human, or at least a male blood elf. Only problem is that I don't have any of those pieces. Alright, so Mythic Plus. My favorite go-to is Elusive Dance. Rushing Jade Wind. This looks good. I like this setup. Blackout Combo, I want to use it, but I hate playing with it. It doesn't feel good. High Tolerance, I like it, but I also don't like it that much. I don't know why. For some reason, Elusive Dance feels very good. Well, let's run with that. So, actually, what's our stone? What keystone do we have? We have Arcway +3. Nope. Not doing that one. Alright, so dungeons. Find a group. Mythic Plus. Can we just search that? Oh, I think... Halls of Valor +2. I think we have to just scroll down. Alright, so +3 Vault of the Wardens. Sounds good. What about... what else do we got here? Darkheart Thicket Mythic 2. Sounds good. Darkheart Thicket +5. Halls of Valor Tank. Got +3 tank for Vault of the Wardens. Alright, here we go, boys. I'd probably have preferred Darkheart Thicket, just because I like that dungeon better than the Wardens, but this will do. And oh my god, Dalaran gives me lag. Jesus. Oh, they have a summon already for me. Okay, make sure we got the right the right talent setup. Elusive Dance. Is this a high-hitting... I don't think this stuff hurts that much, does it? I don't think I have to do Elusive Dance. Yeah, I'll run Elusive Dance. Just to show you guys that Blackout Combo is not the only talent that you have to use. Check out Soda Pop'n's stream. He has Raiden Xmog when somebody subscribes. Alright, sure. Yeah. I mean, I don't think you'll have the exact pieces, but at least you'll be able to see the model. Oh no! We have a green transmog, but we have red hair. I mean, orange hair. Uh-oh. We have completely failed, guys. We failed the transmog master. Mm-hmm. Alright, we got 99% durability. This guy's transmog looks pretty cool. Can he stop moving? So he's got the rogue boots, the rogue hands, the Death Knight, not the Death Knight, the Demon Hunter shoulders, the weapons. Alright, here we go, boys. Oh, I didn't get to eat. Oh no, I still have crit from last time. Alright, that's alright. Let's go down here. Let's do it, boys. One thing that I've been playing with Blackout combo for the past few days, and I keep like instinctively trying to use Blackout combo before other things. So like I'm forgetting to use Keg Smash exactly when I need to. It's kind of annoying me. If only this DPS was a bit higher. Oh my god, what is this damage? Look at this Ret Paladin, guys. Oh man, you guys missed it. I was doing second on damage. The Ret Paladin was like doing 30k. What the hell? Oh, where'd he go? Oh. I mean, now the Paladin's pulling a little bit more, but jeez, man. Oh god. Get out of the bed. See, like right now, I could use Black Ox Brew, but I know that I'm going to pull a lot of mobs later. So I'm just going to use my healing elixirs and my healing orbs and just deal with it that way. I'm going to slowly bring these guys this way. And these guys are going to do a ton of damage to me, and they're about to die, so I'm going to save my charge of Iron Skin Brew. And pop it in here. I'm going to use the Iron Skin Brew in there. And since I'm pulling like a ton of people here, I'm definitely going to use my Exploding Keg just to save myself a bit. I mean, I didn't need the bubble, but he was acting preemptively. I mean, good on him. I still had Leg Sweep and I still had Fortifying Brew, so I was definitely safe. Gotta use my orbs, because I was like at half health and I had 4 orbs available. The healer's at like 30% mana, we're good. Now, we've used our Exploding Keg, we don't have our thing available to get more brews. We're gonna just have to tough it out. Let's use Fortifying Brew now, because I don't want to deal with it. And since they're stunned, I don't have to use my Iron Skin Brew that quick. But as soon... See, I kind of made a little bit of a mistake there. I decided to purify because I was at 110%. But now I'm in this situation where I have only 40% stagger. And I've got like nothing going for me. Right? There we go. I got a Black Ox Brew up again. I'm good. Now I'm trying to commentate and also like perform really well as a Brewmaster, so I wasn't doing interrupts. I know those guys got a few slams off, so it wasn't the ideal situation.
I live to serve my people, my goddess, expecting neither personal gain nor glory. Can you say the same as you stand?
And I see this thing here that is like telling me like I should use Iron Skin Brew, Rushing Jade Wind, Blackout Strike, Keg Smash. This is a tell me when profile that I found on Reddit to try and like help ease people into the Brewmaster rotation. And I'm not using it to like, you know, get good. I'm only using it to see like what is this guy, his program, like why did he set it up this way? And I'm trying to think like, okay, it's telling me to use blackout strike now, right? But then I'm not just like taking it at face value and saying like, okay, I'll just use blackout strike. No, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to try and, as I'm playing, mentally figure out why is it telling me to use blackout strike, right? And then I'm thinking to myself, okay, well, it's telling me to use blackout strike because Keg Smash is about to come off a cooldown, or it's telling me to use blackout strike because my Breath of Fire is coming off cooldown and I could reset the duration of the debuff. It's telling me those things, so I'm getting a better understanding of why I'm pressing these buttons, right? But it's also, you know, it's a mathematical thing, and it's a formula that not a formula really, but like, it's code that somebody inputted themselves, right? Which means that it's not going to be the most ideal in every situation. Like, sometimes it tells me to use Iron Skin Brew, but the things that I'm fighting are going to die in like 4 hits. So like, there's no reason to waste a whole charge of brew on that. And now our healer is dead, and now I have no way of... Oh wait, he got battle resed by the druid, okay.
My blades, my powers wane. I must have more.
Alright.
I will cast you all aside.
Get back over here. I will say though that I'm not actively using my healing elixirs. I'm usually just leaving my healing elixirs to like passive whenever I get to 35% health, which isn't the best, because if I'm taking a lot of damage, then maybe that's what I want it to do. But if I'm just taking more sustained damage like I was in that boss fight, I could have been using my healing elixirs a lot more to help sustain my health a lot.
If you intend to venture deeper,
Now here I don't really care, I just pull everything because the imps don't hurt. Just pull it straight to the mother. And I'll actually just go ahead and keg them so that they die faster. Now these guys are going to do this giant Inferno Blast because they're not getting killed fast enough. We have... Is this a Feral Druid? Feral Druid's not even here. He's just AFK over by the boss. We have a Ret Paladin that isn't even doing any damage. And we've got a Demon Hunter doing... I mean, good AoE, but I'm doing like 500, 600k AoE damage right now. Like, this is ridiculous. I'm going to have to ask what this guy is playing, because he is playing Ret, and he is doing complete shit. And my thing is set on current fight, not overall, so I know that he's doing crap. Let me see what he's doing. Blade of Justice hit for 1 million. Judgment hit for 1 million. Bro, really? The Demon Hunter asks the same thing. Is the Paladin just auto-attacking under 1k DPS? Like, I mean, for me it says 62k, but like, legit, what the hell? And Druid AFK. Fun times. Oh, the Druid ended up jumping down, but he wasn't there before. Maybe the Paladin has lag, then why did he join the group? Like, don't bring everybody down because you have lag. You're not doing any damage. Now for the Sap Soul thing, I usually just use the my interrupt, because I don't need it for anything on this fight, so I'll just use that.
3, 2, 1.
See, now like there, I used a charge of Iron Skin Brew, but I probably shouldn't have, because in the next 2 seconds, I think, he was going to cast that Sap Soul, which is going to take up like another 2 seconds. So I effectively wasted half of a Iron Skin Brew because I wanted to do that. And I just did it again. And this disorient, geez, you have to be staring like legit right at it.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello. this guy, I've taunted this guy like 3 times already. But he keeps beating up these other people.
Four, three, two, one.
Uh-oh. Why am I stunned?
Four, three, two, one. Four, three, two, one.
Alright, this sounds like a really dick thing, but
One.
I'm actually half considering just leaving midway because this paladin's not doing anything. He's legit being carried, and the group didn't say, like, we're carrying a paladin. It was just black or cold.
Four,
And if the paladin has lag, then, you know, that's just as bad. Because it's like, you're ruining everybody else's run.
four, three,
I can only attack something.
one.
How did I get into the corner?
Four, three, two, one.
Yeah, like, this fight has gone on way too long. We should be on the 3rd boss by now, but this paladin's not doing any damage.
Four, three, two, one.
Kaggernaut, can you tell me why Tank Monk is no longer a thing? You're the 2nd one I've ever seen since Legion started. Reason why Tank Monk is not a thing anymore, really? I mean, it is a thing to some people, but the problem is that they're so complicated to play, and you barely get any reward out of the for how hard they are and how, like, ridiculous it is to get stuff done as a Brewmaster. You don't get as much reward out of it. You'd think that if you have to try this hard to perform well with a Brewmaster, then you should at least be somewhere in the top tank. Like, if you can perform it and do the job, then you should be near invincible. Not near invincible, but you should be able to, like, you know, hold your own without having to, like, stress about stuff, right? But that's not the case. Brewmaster is extremely tough to play. It's tough to play well, because it's not, like, easy to pick up, you know? The weak aura next to the energy bar, that's a thing that I just found recently on Reddit. It's supposed to suggest the next ability to use. So depending on certain circumstances, if they're met, then it says for you to use Tiger Palm, or it says for you to use Iron Skin Brew, or it says for you to use this, right? Well, like, it's mostly a guide that, like, I've tried to use, and I'm not really following it to the T, because, like, you know, I'm making my own decisions while I'm tanking. I'm just kind of using it as, like, okay, if it's telling me to use Blackout Strike now, why is it telling me to use Blackout Strike now? You know, like, what's the purpose for it? And then I try to, you know, with my knowledge of the class, try and say, okay, it's telling me to use Blackout Strike because Keg Smash is coming off in 2 seconds. So if I can use Blackout Strike and I'm using Blackout Combo, then I should, in theory, be preparing so that I can use, I can get a Blackout Combo buff on Keg Smash and get the further reduced cooldown. That's basically what it is. I'm not using it and following it to a T because, like, I can judge things myself. Like, right now I probably should have Iron Skin Brew up, so it was telling me the right thing to do. But I am talking, so I'm not fully paying attention. But, like, it rarely ever tells me to use Chi Burst. But, like, sometimes I want to use Chi Burst, you know? Other times it tells me to use Blackout Strike, but then the second I press to use it, it immediately switches to something like Breath of Fire or Keg Smash, where it's like, you know, it's not entirely the right way. For real though, like if this paladin is doing shit DPS on this boss, I'm actually considering leaving, because this is just ridiculous. It's a complete carry, and it's just a waste of our time. Like, I mean, yeah, we'll get the chest at the end, but it's like, bro, we're not carrying you for your DPS and for you to get a better keystone. Like, this is stupid. I'd probably be like the biggest asshole though if I leave a Mythic Plus group. So I might not do it, but still, this is ridiculous. Like, I'm here doing twice the DPS of this paladin. Like, there's no excuse for this. Alright, sorry, I'm not paying much attention to the chat because I have to do the dungeon. Oh my god, what is hitting me? Also, when I'm playing with Rushing Jade Wind, it's a little bit harder on the player to do the rotation correctly, because you want to weave it in between spells, but there's so many different spells you can press that is going to yield good benefit. So you kind of just have to judge like when is the best time to use it. Like right now it's telling me to use Black Ox Brew, but this guy's about to die and I don't need to use it for more Iron Skin Brew charges. This entire walk over to the next boss, I'm just going to be generating charges. Plus the beginning like 10 seconds of the first boss, of this boss that's coming up, I don't need to use Iron Skin Brew for because he's not going to be active. So this little weak aura thing is not... I'm not going to recommend it. I mean, you can... I could recommend it if you're like a literally brand new Brewmaster monk just trying to grasp the tank. But, I mean, I don't know. Because it could teach you the wrong ways to play. You know, like popping Black Ox Brew when you don't need to. It's a waste of a cooldown. There's no point. Alright, what's the hard thing? Because as a Demon Hunter tank, I feel that I need to do a lot to help the healers with my own healing. Well, the issue is... with a Demon Hunter, it's pretty straightforward. You have to use your Demon Spikes. You have to use your self-healing that you're going to generate, your pain and all that. And your self-healing is tied to your Soul Cleave, which is like your main button that you press, right? So, like, a lot of it just syncs well together, and all the fire damage that you do with your abilities, you get leech off of when you're using the artifact ability. I mean, not the artifact ability, but the artifact weapon. You know, you get that bonus leech. So it's like... I mean, that was probably not a really great comparison, but the thing is, you yield more benefits out of a Vengeance Demon Hunter than you do a Brewmaster, because, like, yeah, they're a bit more spiky, and you have to work a little bit harder on your own health, but you have the tools to respond to things. You have your big Metamorphosis cooldown. You sometimes pop into Metamorphosis every time you consume a Soul Fragment. You have your Fell Devastation. You have your Last Resort Cheat Death. You have your Soul Barrier. You have all these different things that you can go back on. Whereas a Brewmaster, the only thing that you can really fall on is Fortifying Brew. Or in some cases, Exploding Keg for that like 100% dodge. It's like, you don't really have many ways to respond to things. So you have to play perfectly when it comes to your active mitigation. And also I kind of messed up here, because what I could have done is put my teleport, like my Transcendence, up at the top here, right? Just set it up here so that by the time this boss was done, I'll just teleport up to the top. And I could have done that with the other boss too, but that's just not something that I remembered to do. Yeah, and Draenor and Mists of Pandaria, Brewmasters were really, really fun to play. My favorite class by far. I loved using Blackout Kick. I loved using Elusive Brew. I loved the weak auras I had for Elusive Brew too, because they looked really cool. I I loved managing chi. I just love that. But now, since we're on a charge system, it's just dumb, man. Like, it feels so bad. Are we seriously gonna just pass this guy? We're gonna get into combat. In combat, though. Not sure how that's gonna play out. So this paladin probably ended up pulling the jailer that we just paralyzed. So now he's kind of just stuck upstairs unless we go up to kill him, or like, I don't know. Oh, the healer's dead, and now we're, what the hell? What just happened? Got teleported back up. Now I'm stuck. What is going on? Yeah, like this add-on here, I mean, not this add-on, this tell me when, like, I don't think it's ever telling me to use Rushing Jadewind, right? Because I could use a Tiger Palm here, or I could use a Blackout Strike there. Which, I mean, I get that, like, I could use more Blackout Strikes, but I'll do more DPS if I use Rushing Jadewind. I mean, so I've heard. I don't think so, because it says causing 94,000 damage over 5 seconds, while Blackout Strike is instantly 126k. But I saw in the Monk Discord forum that it was going to do more damage. How do we have a Spirit of Vengeance here? What is wrong with this party, dude? This is so dumb. What the hell? And we still have these spiders. Oh, this spider. Alright. Oh, we got both packs here. Uh-oh. Here we go, boys. Right as I use Exploding Keg, they stun them. My luck, you know? I mean, at least we killed them all, like, at the same time, but... Alright, so here, if you guys are paying attention, well, hold on, after we kill this Spirit of Vengeance. Alright, so here what you can do is you pay attention. You go like halfway down these stairs, throw the light here, and then... Oh, damn it. Alright, either they fixed it or I did it slightly wrong. Because what you were able to do is throw it down after you were halfway down the stairs, and then you'd be able to use 2 lights in this fight.
And now you fools have fallen into
But I guess it
my
didn't work.
Let's see how you
Alrighty, let's see. Like, I definitely know I could be using more blackout strikes because it's going to reduce the damage of the next auto attack. And it's something that I'm not doing that often, but I mean, I feel like I'm doing fine. Why is he doing that, man? Like, I threw it over there so he didn't have to stop damage DPSing, and now he's gonna run around, lose damage on the boss. People, dude, they just don't know.
Here, let me show you.
Alright, here we go. So also, if you're paying attention, every time she comes down here, drag her to the top left corner of this platform, because that's where she spawns the Spirit of Vengeance, and then just turn her around so you don't get knocked off. And as a monk, you can also put your Transcendence down, so if you happen to somehow screw that up, then everything's fine. Now, especially when using Elusive Dance, every time you get into Red Stagger, you almost, like, immediately want to Purify. Like, that's a general rule of thumb anyway. Like, you want to most likely Purify when you have Red Stagger. But especially with Elusive Dance, you're going to get the extra damage buff, and you're also going to get the extra dodge. She's almost dead. There we go. Well, there's our one chest. What's this guy's item level? 849, doing 88k.
We owe you a great debt. I will make my way to the surface, but you should inform
This
the
guy is
other warden
873,
today.
doing 147k.
May the night shroud you in shadow.
Is my
and the
Skata broken or something?
foes.
This guy's an 879, 873 balanced druid. I pull like 240k sustained on my 860 whatever druid, who's spec'd mainly for tanking. What the hell? This healer was good. I'm not gonna bash him. Pally needs to, I don't know, I'm just, whatever. All right. What's the best last talent for Mythic Plus if you're under 860? There's not really a best talent. All right. There's no best talent because these work with all sorts of gear levels, right? The only one that works, well, the only two that are a bit different are Elusive Dance and High Tolerance. If you're very, very high item level and you're not going to be hitting red stagger or yellow stagger, or you're not going to be purifying that often, like, so that dungeon, I should have probably not run Elusive Dance and either run High Tolerance or Blackout Combo, because for the most part, I think I only purified like 5 times ish. And if I only purified 5 times in the entire dungeon, then I barely got any value out of Elusive Dance because it only triggers, I only get the benefit when I purify, right? So I definitely should have been more on my game in terms of trying to purify stuff off, or maybe I was in a predicament where I just couldn't, and I just had to keep using Iron Skin Brew. So probably in hindsight, I should have used High Tolerance if I didn't want to use Blackout Combo, although Blackout Combo would have worked perfectly fine as well. There's no better talent. The only, like what I was saying, if you're high item levels and you're not going to be hitting those red and yellow staggers that often, then these two are going to go down in value, especially Elusive Dance, because you want to get that 15% dodge and damage done. If you're hitting High Tolerance, if you're in the yellow stagger for like the majority of the dungeon, majority of the raid encounter, then it actually pulls ahead. Depending on the time, the length of the fight, it pulls ahead in brew generation. If you're in yellow stagger at least like 90% of the time, you know, it pulls ahead in brew generation because of just the 10% haste that you get by just default. But in most cases, Blackout Combo is going to be the best talent if you can play properly. Me, I'm not that comfortable with it. I know I don't do that well, so I usually tend to stray away from Blackout Combo. Although, by item level 860, I probably should be more comfortable. And also, look at that, I wasn't even in my tanking stuff. I was tanking with 12% haste, 27% crit, and 33% mastery, guys. I was in my Windwalker gear. I didn't have my tank trinkets. I didn't have my 870. I didn't have my 20% haste. I completely folded, guys. Also, so that was a player problem on me. I wasn't even tanking in my tank gear. But you saw, like, I didn't die. Well, I think I died once. I'm not sure. But I died once, but that was because, like, the group wiped. I was doing relatively okay, you know, although I probably could have picked it up a bit more on my purifyings, but I needed to have more haste. I was sitting at 12% haste. But yeah, so that goes to show you that you can tank a +3 at least. You could at least tank a +3 at 860 item level using Elusive Dance and 12% haste. So I was using a low haste build using Black Ox Brew, and I was using the level 100 talent that doesn't increase brew generation, and I was doing just fine. I was able to manage the entire dungeon perfectly fine. I mean, arguably could have been a little bit more smooth because I wasn't using my Iron Skin Brews as often, but you know, my attention is directed elsewhere. What add-on shows the item levels? The item levels of this specifically right here is Deja character stats, I believe. But this whole window is LVI shadow and light. When I inspect somebody, so let's say I inspect this guy, right? If he pops up. This window here is LVI shadow and light. Let me type it in the chat real quick. LVI shadow and light. This only works though if you have LVY installed. So you need the base add-on first of LVY, and then you need shadow and light on top of that in order for this to work. So I can inspect their item level, I could see their item levels on each piece, I could see if it's enchanted or not. The weapons are still bugged because it says it's not enchanted, but there's no weapon enchants in Legion unless you're a Death Knight. So that's the only thing that annoys me about this. Also, sometimes when I go to look at their talents, or when I just inspect them out of random sometimes, it won't show their item level, it won't show their talents, it won't show their gear. It just completely bugs out on me, and I don't know what's the issue with that. I'm not sure if it's because like it's too advanced of an add-on, but yeah. That's the only issue that I have with it. Sometimes it bugs out, doesn't work, but that's the add-on that I'm using, LVY Shadow and Light. But yeah, so recap. Playing Brewmaster with Elusive Dance, which is not going to help me generate brews because I'm not getting the extra haste from High Tolerance, and I'm not getting the extra brew generation that I can get from powering up Keg Smash. And I'm not getting the extra damage reduction by having almost 100% uptime on Breath of Fire. So running Elusive Dance with 12% haste, the wrong trinkets because I was in my Windwalker gear, so I was in mostly crit mastery, and I did fine. So yeah, that's the power of the Brewmaster. But now what, guys? What do I do? Actually, no. There's no question. I have to go on to a different character because I need to upkeep those. I can't neglect them for that long. So let's see. Do I go on my Demon Hunter? My Druid? I was already doing world quests on this guy. Let me finish those world quests. Alright, so where was I? Doing Dreamweavers, okay. I can purge the Nightmare here. It's like right there. And then I'll probably go down and kill Bahagar. That's 1, 2. And I'll go kill Circe as well. So by the way, sorry guys if you hear any background noise. You know, I live in an apartment filled with roommates, so they're in the living room right now playing poker or something.
Under attack by the Nightmare. May Elune bless your path as you save the sacred dragon. entire forest.
Alright.
I will crush you!
Predatory birds have flown in from offshore. Push them back out to sea.
Enemies
Lest
are near.
people overrun.
This druid just died. He pulled too much. Haha. You're a druid. How did you die, actually? You could heal yourself. Maybe it was undergeared.
I will strike swiftly.
These guys actually hurt pretty hard if you pull too much. Oh, they just killed it, man. It's too slow. Whew. Here we go. This guy just time warped, really? Damn it. Ruined my burst.
Efficient kill. Most admirable.
Oh, we're not done with the Dreamweavers yet. Got one more guy to kill.
The Harpies ravage the forest to which they dare to lay claim. Take the fight to them and drive out their infestation.
Enemies outnumber us. We have need of your skills.
Alright, we finished the Dreamweavers.
Ain't you a chipper-looking one? That's enough gabbing for me today.
Mm-hmm.
Bismillah. Be careful.
Are we getting legendary from the emissary? Nope. Of course not. Yeah, but what else do we expect by this point?
Vishnu Allah.
Alright. Not the hippogriff eggs. Oh god. Not the whelplings either. Oh my god, 11.5k? We're going over to Stormheim, jeez.
Farewell.
Now we have to kill the little mini boss, Runeseer Sigvid. I hope it's not like really hard to get to.
We will not win this fight.
Uh-oh. I'm pulling a lot of stuff. Oh, I think it's down there, maybe? Uh-oh. Looks like it's over here.
Mine is the power of the gods.
I'm silenced. Huh.
An efficient kill. Most admirable.
Every time I hearth the dollar in, get massive. Oh my god, what is this lag? All right, everybody. I think that's going to be it for the stream tonight. We've had a long day streaming. I think it's like what, 8 hours or something that I've been streaming. Like, damn, like 7 or 8 hours by this point. But yeah, I think I'm going to shut off the stream. Either I might just jump on some Titanfall 2, maybe give that a go, or I don't know, maybe just chill out for the rest of the night. Been kind of a long day. Pretty energy filled. You know, we had a pretty large stream. I mean, not large in the general sense, but we've had like, I think the max that we had was like 25 or 26 people watching at one point. That's a new record. So, I mean, we've got 2 streams under our belt and they've gotten better each time. I think about like doubled the amount of people watching, you know, so we're making progress. So, all right, everybody. So I'll see you guys soon. There's going to be some more upcoming videos this week, possibly either pertaining to Trials of Valor, or I think also the 715 PTR is coming out this week. So if there's any changes, like big changes that are coming up there, then I'll definitely make sure to cover them. And I'll try and cover them fast, you know, so you guys get all that good quality information as soon as possible. So, all right. Once again, everybody, you know, have a good night. Thanks for watching and tuning in, and I'll see you some other time. Bye.